Wednesday day game, the Astros wrapping up a 3-game series with the Cleveland Indians, and they're trying to have a winning homestand, 5-4 currently, and they will lean on Doug Fister to help them come through and make this a good 6-4 before heading off on a difficult road trip. Doug Fister has been feeling really good lately, really healthy lately, and it's showing in his last 2 starts. He's 2-0 in those last 2. Like I said, feeling really good about the way he's been pitching. Very efficient and working very quickly. You see the numbers there, 13 innings pitched. Only 4 earned runs there. Opponents getting only 208, batting only 208 off of Fister. There's a lot of things he's been working on throughout the season, trying to get things going, and he's a part of a starting staff who's felt really good about what they've been doing. 6 straight quality starts for this staff. He wants to continue this, and now with the addition of Lance McCullers in there, maybe a little bit of pressure on these guys, and so they've all taken it up a notch, which has helped the team tremendously. A lot of confidence going through these guys, but Fister hopes to continue it against a very tough Cleveland Indians lineup today, and been working on a few things that we'll talk about later in the broadcast, so stick around for those. But for now, stay tight. First pitch is coming up as those Indians get ready to face the big right-hander. Brown and Blum on the call next.
Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Lexus. The new 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid. It's next level luxury. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Inside air-conditioned Minute Maid Park, Doug Fister has taken the mound with a 3-3 record, a 4.54 ERA, and a run of 4 straight quality starts for Fister. It is nice and cool indoors. We had some rain this morning in the area, and it's the finale of this homestand with the Astros 5-4, getting ready for that final game of the 10-game homestand with the log for Doug Fister right there, Blummer.
Yeah, he's pitched well. Last couple outings, he's taken wins in both those games against Oakland and here against Seattle, where he went 6 1/3. Again, quality starts racking up for Doug Fister. Good guy to have on getaway today, too. If you're playing behind Doug, you better be ready because he's going to throw you a lot of ground balls.
Rajay Davis leads it off for the Tribe in center field. It's Jason Kipnis at second base. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop. Mike Napoli, the DH. Carlos Santana's at first base with Marlon Byrd in left field. Yan Gomes, the catcher, batting seventh. Right fielder Lonnie Chisenhall hits eighth, and Juan Uribe's in the ninth spot playing third. And the starting pitcher will be Salazar for Cleveland. And Fister working to Max Stassi, who's making his first major league start of the year for the Astros. He just got called up from AAA Fresno. with the situation with Jason Castro away from the club for a few days for the birth of a young baby. Very young baby, in fact, a couple days old. Brady Castro joining his family, so he's away on paternity leave. And now it's Rajai Davis stepping up to get it started. In tight, and there's ball one. Davis at 244 has 2 homers, 11 runs batted in. Ooh, make it. How about that?
Did Bob Davidson call that?
Yes.
I think he did.
I think he did. A little late.
Wow.
That's good for a strike. Yeah, you got to wait a little bit with Bob. No balls, 2 strikes. But it's actually Dale Scott behind the dish. And a bouncer, and it rolls out to Altuve. He takes it over to Marlon Gonzalez. And it's out number 1. Altuve makes that routine play, and Fister, very much a ground ball pitcher, but last time out not so much. He got more fly ball outs, and we saw a little bit different version of Doug Fister, who was utilizing the top of the zone a little bit more than we had seen him prior to that. So we'll see how today's game goes. And it's Jason Kipnis, 263, 3 homers, 14 runs batted in for Kipnis. There is strike 1 to Kipnis, and the pitcher for the Indians, Danny Salazar, has really been dynamic this season. So this Cleveland club can keep the runs scored down against it, and in fact has the 6th best ERA in the American League. And this has been a well-pitched series for the winning teams. The Astros won 7-1 with Cleveland getting 3 hits, and then in game 2 Cleveland won 4-0, scattering 4 Houston hits. So dominant pitching has been there for both the winning teams in this first 2 games of the series. Liner over Correa into left center field, and Kipnis is aboard. Now one of the exciting second-year players, Lindor, comes up.
As we take a look at that last pitch on the MD Anderson strike zone. Kipnis has done a good job with those pitches up and away, going the other way with them, not trying to do too much, taking what they give him.
Yeah. He has been utilizing that portion of the field in this series. Number 3 hitter Lindor at 310 has 2 homers, 13 runs batted in. And there's one up in the zone for strike 1. Lindor drove in a run last night. He's 1 for 8 in the series. Dynamic, young, switch-hitting shortstop who is outstanding with the glove. And we've been highlighting that matchup of Lindor and Correa throughout this series. 2 outstanding young Puerto Rican shortstop products, both first-round picks 1 year apart. Lindor was the 8th player drafted overall in 2011. Bangs that one foul, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Fister. Fister 5-3 lifetime, as you may have noticed earlier, against this Cleveland club, with an outstanding ERA of 2.73 against the Indians. Doug's 32 years old, from Merced, California, and Fresno State. He's listed as 6'8", one of the tallest players in Astros history. Big unit Randy Johnson was 6'10", J.R. Richards 6'8". Kipnis has been successful 80% of the time in stealing bases. And you pointed this out, Jeff Blum, that Fister is quick in the way he works. He's quick to the plate. He uses that slide step, even though he's 6'8", trying to make up for what could be a slower delivery, and he gets it up there quickly. Ground ball, Correa stepping on second, throwing to first. And his opposite number is retired on a 6-3 double play. Bottom of the first coming up for Salazar in just a moment. The Astros come up with their starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Astros fans watching. Jose Altuve lead it off today at second base. George Springer is DHing rather than playing right field, with Carlos Correa at shortstop. Colby Rasmus, the cleanup man, is in left field. The first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez, bats fifth. Luis Valbuena, a former Indian, is in the sixth spot at third base. It's Carlos Gomez in center field, Max Stassi at catcher, and Jake Marisnick gets the call in right field, batting ninth.
Danny Salazar, strong right-handed pitcher for the Cleveland Indians. You see his starts on the season, that 1.91 ERA makes you question why he's got 2 losses. Probably not much in run support. Heavy on the fastball. Averages around 95 miles an hour with it.
Altuve fouls back the first one. There's strike one. Salazar, 26 years old, is from the Dominican Republic, signed with the Tribe as a free agent in 2006. Last year, 14-10, a 3.45 ERA for this outstanding young right-hander. It's 1-1, and the split finger fastball has been a devastating pitch for Salazar, even though he does throw that fastball almost 70% of the time. 321 for Altuve, 9 homers, 22 runs batted in. A couple of hits and 3 runs batted in this series for Jose. That one moves him back. It's 2-1. Last night, Trevor Bauer was electric, and he led Cleveland to that 4-0 win with 7 shutout innings. Third baseman Juan Uribe a little bit in front of the base for Altuve. Swings late, and it's 2-2 for Jose, who is 1 for 6 lifetime against Salazar. Salazar has 2 2-1 losses, to speak to your point about lack of run support.
That is too bad. You don't want to waste good pitching like Salazar brings.
Last time out, he shut out Kansas City for 7 2/3 innings on Friday in a 7-1 win with 1 walk and 9 punch-outs of the Royals. And they make good contact on fastballs, too.
Yeah, they're a good fastball hitting team.
Altuve stays alive at a full count. There has not been a long ball so far in this series. This is game 3 of the series. And that pump is still sitting on 1499 for the home runs the Astros have hit since they moved into Minute Maid Park, which was Enron Field in 2000 when they moved in. There's a shot into left center field. Altuve with a great at bat to get it going for Houston. That's his 43rd hit of the season.
Ball was scalded back up the middle by Altuve. It's kind of curious. Some of those fastballs away, it looked like Altuve was trying to pull him a little bit, but lets this one travel and rocks it back up the middle.
Sure did. 4-game hitting streak for Jose. He leads in stolen bases with 13 in 14 attempts. George Springer DHing today to give his legs a rest. 0 for 4 with 4 walks in the series. 248, 6 homers, 16 runs batted in. Springer made a marvelous catch in right field last night, where he has been terrific. But Jake Marisnick is getting that assignment in right field. A.J. Hinch wants to get Jake in the lineup and get him going. Altuve back. And Gomes, Yan Gomes, the catcher, is really thrown well this year. This guy has been a test for any catcher, with 13 of 14 to lead the majors in steals. Gomes has thrown out 5 of 13, but for the season, opponents are only 50% in the running game against Cleveland. Salazar steps back. Now, looking at the numbers of these 3 Indian starting pitchers prior to this series, it looked as if it would be quite a test for the Astros hitters. Corey Kluber started Monday night, then Bauer last night, and now Salazar. They both had terrific career numbers against Houston, all 3 of these.
They do live arms. But again, the recent history from 2013 and 14, trying to probably make up for some of those numbers during those years.
Salazar 25 and 23 in his career. And another throw goes over to first, and Santana.
Salazar is hyper paranoid about Altuve possibly being on the move. Look at that, he's trying to wear him out.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Bob Davidson. There's Balkin Bob over at first, so watch it.
Be careful. He is always watching.
Carlos Correa on deck. It's 2-0. The Astros at home are 9-10, and overall 13-21. Trying to get their cause moving toward where they wound up the season last year in the playoffs, and it's been a really difficult start. 8-18 to open the season, and better since then. They've won 5 of 8. In tight, 3-0. The starting pitching has been much better recently. And even though the Astros are in 5th place, 7.5 games behind front-running Seattle, they're 1 game behind 3rd place Oakland and Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, 6.5 out. Cleveland's in 2nd, 5 games out. Springer takes a walk on 4 pitches, 2 men on for Carlos Correa.
And that is Salazar's 17th walk on the season. That is not a good number. He does have a lot of strikeouts in his 37 2/3 innings pitched with 43, but at the same time creating all kinds of issues when you walk that many guys.
Yeah, the batting average against Salazar is 142.
Well, that's a good thing, because if he keeps putting base runners on like this, he better be able to pitch well with guys on.
Correa, with a 275 average, has gone deep 5 times with 16 runs batted in, has 1 hit in the series. So with a pitcher with the numbers of a Salazar, the hitters want to take advantage of the start to an inning like this. Single and a walk. Strike 1 to Correa.
You can expect Salazar to be aggressive, possibly with the fastball, but he just walked Springer on 4 pitches, not even close to the zone. Might have been a good time to take a pitch, get Salazar back in the zone. Correa swinging at that pitch, gave him one.
He misses away, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Correa has hit well on this homestand, 303, with 10 hits and 33 at bats, 2 homers and 7 runs batted in. The Astros will take off for Boston after this game. They'll meet the Red Sox in 1 series and then have a day off and meet the White Sox in another series in a trip to visit the Sox. 1-2. Now we look at the AL West. Seattle out in front at 20-13. Texas in 2nd. Then Oakland and the Angels tied for 3rd. And the Astros 13-21 right now.
Some work to do, but still plenty of possibilities. Play a bunch of games within the division. But it's going to take some serious work from here on out.
2 balls, 2 strikes in this difficult stretch here, with Cleveland a couple of games above 500. And then going to Boston, and the Red Sox are looking strong so far this year. They're tied for 1st with Baltimore with a .606 winning percentage. The White Sox have a .676 winning percentage.
Yeah, 2
That's
very
the best
good
in the
teams.
American League. Yeah, so the degree of difficulty for the schedule is very high.
Well, and haven't the Red Sox in the last 2 games against Oakland scored almost 25 runs, I think, in those 2 games? Still have 1 to play today against Oakland.
Yeah, they've been blasting away. Did you see that home run that Hanley Ramirez deposited last night?
Has it landed yet?
No.
Is the question.
Rasmus on deck, and the full count offering comes to Correa. And it's ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out on a single and 2 walks. Houston Methodist brings us our league leaders. Showing you Colby Rasmus with 28 runs batted in. He's tied for 4th in the American League behind Cano, Frazier, Big Papi, and he's tied with Castellanos.
Good numbers. Right man, right spot if you're the Houston Astros. Brownie talked about it in the open. 406 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Big number.
And on a 4-game hitting streak right now. 236, 7 homers. Those 28 runs batted in you saw. He's driven in 8 runs on this homestand in the 9 games. And he has 6 hits on the homestand. So also has some productive ground outs and things of that nature. And there's strike one.
Good pitch. Salazar, the 2 times he's been able to pitch with guys in scoring positions, started off Correa with an off-speed pitch, started off Colby Rasmus with an off-speed pitch. Having a tough time commanding the fastball, though.
It's 1-1.
Might have been a pretty good take or a good non-call. We'll get a look at it. There you go.
Salazar trying to settle in. Even some of the best pitchers are often vulnerable in the first inning, and the Astros finding this to be an excellent opportunity.
Wow.
1-2. Wow was right.
That thing just darted out of the zone.
Sure did. 5 slams for Colby, now fighting for some contact here to try to get Altuve in from third. Last year Salazar struck out 195 in 185 innings. He had Tommy John surgery back in 2010 and first reached the big leagues in 2013 with the Tribe. Marwin Gonzalez is on deck. 2-2 to Rasmus, who has walked 20 times. He's had a good eye for the strike zone. Rasmus walked 47 times all of last year. He's almost halfway there. That's a big punch out for Salazar. 1 out and the bases loaded.
A pretty wicked slider from Salazar too to finish off Colby Rasmus in that 2-2 count. 88 miles an hour with some late break. That might even be the split finger. See swinging over the top of it as we look at our Supermo brought to you by Mattress Firm.
The batting average against his split finger is 0.47.
Yeah, the numbers against his pitches are a little silly. Fastball throws a lot of them. We talked about close to 70% of the time, and average against that fastball is 189 and 0.47 on the split.
Marwin Gonzalez has the big at bat now. It's ball 1 to Marwin. 243, 2 homers, 7 runs batted in, bases loaded, 1 out. 1 for 4 with an RBI in this series. After that strikeout, that gives Salazar a much better chance to get out of the inning in good shape. Marwin came off the bench with a pinch single last night. He's hit 296 on this homestand. In for a strike, and it's 1-1. Luis Valbuena's on deck.
Even though that's a strike, Salazar still not pinpoint with that fastball. Hopefully he can make a mistake Marwin can get a hold of.
120 in his career with the bases loaded.
So you're saying there's a chance.
He's due, right?
Exactly.
Well, his first 25 major league homers were solo shots. And then a few days ago he connected with a man on to break that string. And maybe he can break that string of struggles with the bases loaded. 1-2. 25 pitches in the inning for Salazar. Indians go back home. This is just a brief 3-game road trip for them. They have played .500 ball on the road at 8-8. Now another punch out for Salazar, and he's worked his way back into a favorable spot. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Luis Valbuena.
That split finger is nasty, and he definitely goes to it in that 2-strike count.
Valbuena on a 4-game hitting streak has a .202 batting average, 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. Carlos Gomez is on deck. The Astros as a team were 7 for 18 with the bases loaded coming into this game. Valbuena looks at ball 1. Valbuena's picked up the pace in this series after a very slow start. Hit 25 homers last year, and he just connected for #1 a few days ago this season. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Valbuena hit that homer in the 9th inning Saturday against Seattle to tie the game. Well, left-handed hitters are hitting .103 against Salazar. The numbers for him are compelling, Blummer.
He's got crazy good numbers. Seems like he's really stepped it up. Runners on base too.
2-1.
There you go, Browning. Turn on that.
And tied the game off Steve Cishek in the bottom of the 9th against the Mariners.
That had to feel good for Valbuena too, to hit one. It's been a while since he's done that, but these are the ones I like. Even though that's a little bit of a duck snort, he's still going the other way, which says he's letting the ball travel a little bit, seeing it a little bit longer.
Hello. Hey, get him right here, baby. Come on. Face it.
In there for a strike, and it's 2-2 now.
Wonder what he's going to get here, Brownie.
Splitter, maybe?
I think it's a pretty safe bet.
He's kept that one low. He's really blazed that fastball inside the left-handed batters here early.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you may be looking for that fastball in that outer third. He yanks it just a little bit, but in keeping it down, it's a tough pitch to hit.
There was. Yep. That one didn't have quite the action on it, but it's a devastating split-fingered pitch. Salazar started twice against the Astros in 2014. He got 2 no decisions, but 2 quality starts in those games. So his ERA was 1.35 for his career against Houston for 13 1/3 innings, walking 3 and fanning 16. And he strikes out the side after the bases were loaded with nobody out.
No score between the Indians and the Astros, and Doug Fister gets back to work, who's pitched really well in his last couple of outings. But we've been watching Fister so far this season, and he's continued to move over to that first base side, even more so his last start on May 6th. All the way over, can't really go much further than that. But the reason why, he's trying to get inside to left-handed hitters. This way he can, well, actually he's been throwing across his body, throws across his body. That's his style. So in order for him not to have to pull to get to those lefties or get inside on those lefties, that's why he's doing that. It also gives him the four seam and the sinker and the cutter against the lefties. Brownie, we mentioned that he was pitching up in the zone a little bit more, maybe using that four seamer more because of this, right?
That's the way it looked, Julia. Thank you for that report. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mike Napoli in the box. Napoli takes a look at it. 1-2. And credit Doug Fister at age 32 with 68 major league wins for being willing to make some changes. 2-2. Astros pitching coach Brent Strom emphasizes using the entire strike zone. You know, Doug's always been a very successful sinker baller. He's gotten tons of ground balls, but he got more fly balls last time, and still easy outs coming into the top of the zone more.
It's got to be tough to convince a sinker baller to start pitching up in the zone.
True. A little scary thought sometimes. Napoli takes strike 3. But I think the surprise element has worked in his advantage.
Well, I think that's the great point, is that Fister in his career has thrown that fastball down in the zone, working with that high frame that he has, that high release point with a downward plane and good movement on the two-seamer. Get a lot of hitters looking down in the zone, then you sneak a couple up in the zone. They're unable to get the barrel to it. And like you said, Brownie, some easy pop-ups every now and then.
Now Carlos Santana looks at strike 1. Santana at first base has a .219 average, 5 homers, 13 runs batted in, 1 hit in the series. He led off Monday night. A little roller, looks like it could have been trouble, but it went foul because of the way the Astros had overshifted. Santana might have been able to get an infield hit there, but it's 0-2. Interesting to see this big guy leading off, but nonetheless, the thinking by Terry Francona was solid. He drew 108 walks last year, had a .357 on base average, and when he leads off this year, the Tribe has an 8-2 record.
Just would imagine it creates a logjam.
True.
Station to station baseball.
1-2. Thinking has kind of changed on that the last decade or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, they're just get base runners. Get as many base runners as you possibly can, then we'll string together some hits, maybe score some runs. That's for sure. Not a bad pitch.
No, it wasn't. 2-2. And on the slow curve, he struck him out. Second strikeout in a row for Fister.
Doesn't break it out all the time, but when he does, it's usually an account where the hitter's not looking for it.
Now the well-traveled Marlon Byrd joining the Indians this year comes up for the first time. Byrd takes a look at it, and it's strike 1 from Dale Scott. .250, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in for Byrd. Fouls that one back. Marlon's 37 years old now, native of Florida. He came up with the Phillies in 2002. Last year he played for Cincinnati and San Francisco. One ball and 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd. .275 career major league average for more than 5,000 at bats for Byrd. That was a flare out into right field and landing in for a single in front of Marisnik. A 2-out 2-strike delivery from Byrd.
Stassi wanted that ball elevated. Fister did a good job of it. Got in the kitchen of Byrd, just able to fight it off right off the label. Might be a little bit of pine tar on that ball.
That's 2 hits for the Indians. Yan Gomes following. Grounding that one foul, strike one. A 170 average for Gomes includes 3 homers, 13 runs batted in. Yan went 0 for 3 Monday night in the opener of this series. That one's foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. Pfister has a very good pace. It's 1-2. Lance McCullers has been cleared to rejoin the Astros starting rotation, and he will get a start in Boston. Gomes strikes out. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left, no score.
Minute Maid Park, bottom of the second. Minute Maid Park is the perfect location for your special event with elegant event spaces and high-end entertainment in one of Houston's most iconic venues. Learn more about having your special event at the ballpark by calling 713-259-8800 or by visiting astros.com/special events. Brownie.
Thanks, Julia. No score. The Astros had the bases loaded, nobody out, and then Danny Salazar struck out the next 3. Carlos Gomez gets it going in the home second inning. Ball 1 away to Gomez, a 204 hitter with no homers, 5 runs batted in.
How about Pfister answering back?
Yes.
With his own strikeout of the side.
That one will roll out past Kipnis into right field. Lazy ground ball single for Gomez, hit number 2 for the Astros, and they've both come leading off the first 2 innings. And everybody on that Houston bench is saying, where was that last inning?
Yeah, that's all they needed. Again, a big swing, everything pulling off for Carlos Gomez. This one off the end of the bat creates that kind of that spin that just won't stay near Jason Kipnis. It looked like he had a beat on it, but took a couple funky hops.
Max Stassi, who just rejoined the Astros, has been with them for parts of the last 3 seasons. Stassi takes, and there's strike 1 to Max. 357 in his career as a major leaguer. 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. He's had 42 major league at bats. Just recalled yesterday from AAA Fresno. After returning from a broken hamate bone in his left hand, he spent several weeks in Florida. Runner going, swing and a miss, and the throw pops out of the hand of Gomes. An easy stolen base for Gomez, who's now 4 for 6. And the count goes to 0-2.
Picked a good pitch to run on. I'm not sure if this was a hit and run, but a tough situation for Stassi to be in with that slider. Yan Gomes tried to do the best he could with that ball coming in short hopping. A runner in scoring position.
Gomez also stole a base Monday night, so he has both of the Astros steals in this series.
Just get him over. Wow.
1-2.
Jeez. Not even sure Yan Gomes anticipated that kind of movement.
Yeah. This guy has almost too much movement to handle, right?
Set up on the outside and then just whoa.
That one did track a long way to the right. Stassi takes that one, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Max. Certainly had a chance to be on the opening day roster had he been healthy, but he was derailed by that hamate bone injury and had surgery in March to remove the bone. So it's taken him a while to make his arrival here in mid-May. And a turn back towards second. And certainly you can understand the risk, if you will, of Gomez stealing that bag here at the bottom of the order. And Salazar is one of those guys who, as you saw in the first inning, if you were with us, can be a buzzsaw. And sometimes the opportunities to score against a pitcher with his kind of stuff can be limited, right?
Yeah, that was impressive what he did in that first inning. Walk and 2 walks and a base hit, loaded up the bases, and he proceeded to just plow through the next 3 guys, punching them all out. He has that kind of stuff. Got to create runs. Stassi's got himself in a 2-2 count. Did a good job getting to that 2-2 count. Now just try and move that runner to third base.
Strikeout number 4 for Salazar gets him his first out here in the second. Brings up Jake Marisnick. Marisnick, who just returned a few days ago from AAA Fresno after a 10-day stay there, is 1 for 16 with the Astros. He's been in 15 games. And manager A.J. Hinch said before the game today, I need to get Jake going.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with him on that. If you get Jake's bat going, then you've got to put him in the outfield, and that's a great thing because he can track some balls down in the outfield. Wow.
Yeah. Ball one way out in front of the plate on Marisnick.
Yeah, they're playing long hop right there.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Sorry.
So A.J. is committed to some playing time for Marisnick, and he said in upcoming days Marisnick will probably start in center field and Gomez will DH.
And I'm not a proponent of bunting with the runner in scoring position, but hitting in the 9-hole, knowing what you have at the top of the order, now might not be a bad time. And Jake can run.
Yeah, he's one of the best base stealers around.
Which is crazy too. If you get a chance to meet Jake, he's all a legitimate 6'5". That big tall frame, able to get it moving pretty quickly.
Extremely athletic player. Well, Uribe's even with a bag at third with a 1-1 count here on Jake. Check swing foul takes it to 1-2. Last season, Marisnick really ripped at the plate in the month of April. Wound up at 236 for the season with 9 homers, 36 runs batted in, and 339 at bats. He's considered to be the best center fielder on the Astros defensively, and that's saying quite a bit. In an outfield that normally has Springer in right, Gomez in center, and Rasmussen left, all 3 are center fielders. 2-2.
Yeah, that's an extreme luxury the Astros have, having all that range in the outfield, able to put these guys all over the place.
Gomez there at second for Marisnick, who is making his 6th start of the year. He's made 3 of those in left, 2 in center. First time he's been in right. And a strikeout is number 5 for Salazar. This is the first time Springer has not started in right field in the first 34 games. Jose Altuve worked the count full and then singled to left center, advancing as far as third in that first inning. And a turn towards second. Altuve is hitting well with men in scoring position this year. On the Astros club, Rasmus was #1 at 406 coming into this game. Carlos Correa #2 at 343. And now we get an intentional walk.
How about that?
Yeah, it's the second time in this homestand that we've seen an intentional walk to Altuve with a man on second base.
Well, the guy rakes, and he's been hitting for pop this year too. But for me, one of the hitters that knows the opportunity to drive in runs is this guy right here. He is an excellent hitter as it is, but you put a guy out there at second base, he turns into an even better hitter. And Salazar, even with his stuff, respecting Altuve and putting him on.
It's the second intentional walk also of the season for Altuve, and only the third for an Astro. We go to Julia.
Guys, on that very same subject, we heard Terry Francona talk about this on the first day of the series when he was asked about Altuve. He said, sometimes you got to walk him. Hey, he can hit anything, and he said he reminds him of Dustin Pedroia that day in a lot of ways, but he really talked about how dynamic of a player Altuve was, so respect there.
Altuve had a .308 batting average with men in scoring position coming into the game, and Scott Service, the Seattle manager, put him on with an intentional walk in the fourth inning Sunday. Houston was ahead at the time 3-1, and there was a runner at second and 2 outs. George Springer bats. Springer looks at ball one. He took a 4-pitch walk in the first inning, and after that intentional walk to Altuve on Sunday, Springer struck out looking against Hisashi Iwakuma. So Springer once again gets that challenge of delivering after the free pass. And Altuve, by the way, is 2 for 7 lifetime against Salazar. Now 2-0. It certainly sounds strategy for people who know the Astros well and understand the damage Altuve has done and can do. Springer got a pitch to hit and fouled it. 2-1. And probably the thing that might prevent this from happening many times this year is Springer delivering.
Yeah, that's one way to change everybody's mind. Get him to stop walking the guy in front of you who's coming through in these situations.
As you know, that could very well be a trend now.
Well, it could be, and you better be extra careful, because if you do make a mistake, Springer can get you, and if he does get you, you got to face Correa after that.
Now 3-1.
And it's just, you know, it's kind of surprising too with Salazar's issues with the walk on the season. Also,
right,
there's a little added pressure, and George Springer's a guy that knows the strike zone quite well. But now he's got himself in an ideal situation to get a fastball, hopefully driving that left center field gap.
He didn't see anything to swing at, and he took a walk. And Correa will bat. It is somewhat surprising, I think, for a guy who's just quite capable of blowing through the hitters like Salazar, for there to be an intentional walk this early in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Even as good as Altuve is, you got to figure the matchup was pretty well even between Salazar and Jose Altuve. A great hitter, great pitcher. But you risk, you know, you put an extra base runner on, and the ability of the Astros to hit the long ball, it's just adding one more run to that home run possibility.
Exactly right. Correa worked the count full, and then he drew a walk in the first inning. And the Astros would love to make this inning blow up on the Indians. That's 4 walks now for Salazar, one of those intentional. Now the other thing is, it's only the second inning, so any intentional walk is going to allow one more batter to come to the plate in this game.
Yeah, and already the pitch count was jumped up early in that first inning. Here again with the bases loaded situation, the next pitch will be 54.
Ground ball in the hole as Lindor throwing to second. A spectacular play to Kipnis to get the force on Springer. Outstanding work, and it does get the Tribe out of the inning. Salazar getting the ground ball, and here's the work of Lindor.
Take a look at our Chevy Stroh poll. Make sure to head over to the Root Sports SW Twitter page and vote in the poll which defensive gem was the best of the series. We've seen some great ones from Correa for the great leap on Monday, Springer's running grab, and then Altuve with the barehanded play up the middle. Make sure to vote. We'll tell you who wins later, and you'll see video here coming up, guys.
Thanks, Julia. There is Doug Fister in a scoreless game, throwing ball one to Lonnie Chisenhall, the right fielder. 244, no homers, 3 runs batted in. And gets the call on the inside corner from Dale Scott to take the count to 1-1 on Chisenhall. 1 for 6 with an RBI in this series. He ripped a double into the right field corner. And this time, this hit goes to left field. Chisenhall drove in a run with that double last night. This time, he gets hit number 3.
Take a look at those plays we have on the Astro poll. Great play by Altuve. Carlos Correa leaping. Of course, George Springer able to go back and make that great play. Always dazzling. Good defensive ball club, the Houston Astros.
Juan Uribe looks at strike one. It's very much a pitch to contact pitching staff, and those defensive plays are usually a big part of the game for Houston. 217, 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. One ball and 1 strike to the well-traveled veteran who signed a 1-year deal February 28th and has helped this Cleveland club playing some third base. And for a strike, 1 and 2.
It's a good zone for Doug.
Yeah, and he's able to exploit it, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a good spot. Talk about sinker ballers pitching down in the zone. Dale Scott expanding a little bit downward, which is a good thing.
Now up for ball 2. How much does that create an advantage for Fister? What you talked about earlier, he was known for a bottom of the zone kind of guy, to change that eye level on the hitter.
Well, it's good because the hitter doesn't anticipate it. They're zoning pitches from Doug Fister down in the zone. Not good.
Yeah, thrown away. And this might be a 2-base error. Chisenhall will stop. An error on Fister, and Chisenhall goes to second on that throwing error.
Threw that one up the line with the runner standing up. Marwin really has nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's trapped. Now Terry Francona is out talking with Dale Scott about that. That ball went up against the stands in foul territory.
A fan reached out and touched it also. So I think Terry's arguing if the fan had not touched it, Chisenhall might have had an opportunity to extend that and get all the way to third base.
Sure.
But with the fan touching it, they kept the runner at second base.
And that is purely the umpire's judgment on how far Chisenhall would have gone had the fan not touched it.
I think Chisenhall would have had a pretty good opportunity to get another 90 feet.
Well, it looked that way when the ball first went by Marwin. But in the umpire's judgment, it's going to be that one base, and that's it. Fouled away. Yeah, it's just hard to take that for granted, isn't it, as far as the umpires go? Okay, where would that ball have wound up? You had the right fielder coming over. Where was he? How soon would he have gotten to the ball? By Fister, it goes to Correa. Correa with a throw to first. Excellent play. It looked like once it got under Fister's glove, it might be an infield hit for Uribe.
Some of that good defense we were talking about. Carlos Correa did a great job charging in on this ball. Uribe blown up on that fastball. But again, good job by Carlos Correa not giving up on that play, knowing Uribe doesn't run well anymore.
Even had time to use the glove on it.
And I think that's a smart play too. A lot of young players will be aggressive and try and make the highlight reel play with the bare hand. But Carlos Correa took the sure out.
Runner at third and one out, and there's ball one to Rajay Davis. And a foul ball makes it a 1-ball 1-strike count. The Astros in Boston for a 4-game series starting tomorrow night. Altuve fields the one hopper. Marwin has to get back to first and in time, and he had to shuffle his feet to make it work. He had to hustle to get back to first base on that for out number 2.
Where is Marwin going?
Yeah.
Johnny with the range right here. Marwin, we got a guy there.
He scrambled and made it into a 4-3 play for out number 2. Now it's Kipnis batting.
That's the hardest part as an infielder, and I played in some shifts also, but when you play all over the infield, you know, you get kind of, your field awareness is kind of messed up a little bit, and you really have to keep track of where those guys are next to you, especially in the shifting situations. Because Marwin was well off the line on the first base side, but Altuve was playing a standard second base position with the infield in.
Curveball got strike one on Kipnis. And Fister close to a call there, but it's 1 ball 1 strike. Kipnis singled through the left side his first time up.
Man,
strike 2.
It's a good pitch to hit with the runner in scoring position there,
It is. It is surprising he took that.
I think he's looking for something out over the plate. We've seen him in this series go to the opposite field a couple times for hits.
Well, he got what he wanted. It's an RBI single for Kipnis. 1-0 Cleveland. Kipnis 2 for 2 in the game. That's his 15th run batted in.
Good piece of hitting. Kipnis had a game plan. He wants to go the other way. He's been doing it all series. That second strike he had called on him was up and in. This one a little bit more out over the plate. Does a good job of getting on top, putting it out there in left field.
Kipnis is now 11 for 24 in his career against Fister. That's hit number 4 for the Tribe. Lindor, the batter, he bounced into a 6-3 double play earlier, taking ball 1. The Atlanta Braves have traded a right-handed starter, Yoeli Chacin, to the Angels for minor league lefty Adam McCreary. Altuve to his left. Over to Marwin. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left. And the Indians lead it 1-0 in the 3rd.
1-0 here in the bottom of the third inning on a day game in Minute Maid Park. The three-time Grammy-winning Zac Brown Band is bringing their Black Out the Sun tour to Minute Maid Park on Saturday, August 13th. Buy your tickets at astros.com/Zac Brown Band.
Black out the sun. Is that what you and Blummer are going to do on the golf course? You and Sparky, rather? You are Blummer, aren't you?
I am.
Okay.
I will be there.
And Ash, maybe?
Possibly. Ash had a good golf game.
Yeah. And Orbit won't have to black out the sun. He's staying inside.
He could with that cranium.
1-0 Indians. We go to Colby Rasmus batting in the bottom of the third. He struck out with the bases loaded in the first inning, taking strike one there. That's the 55th pitch of the game already for Salazar. Fouled away, and it's 0-2. But he's made the pitches when he's really had to in this game. Now, question being, how much of a toll has that taken on him these first two innings? It's a big time shift the Indians are using. Colby fouls it. Check that out.
Yeah, that's big time. They've got everybody pulled over to that pull side on Colby. One way to beat it is to hit it over all their heads.
Now here's Uribe digging back over into foul territory, and that makes him all set for a long run on these foul pops. He better get his sprint gear ready to go. That's a long way to travel for him.
Yeah, that is a long way. This is adorable right here. Head down, just keep running, son. It's like chasing a foul ball at the Oakland Coliseum.
Yes, it is. He's got at least 3 times as far to run on those as if he were at home at third base. In the dirt, 1-2. With that Braves trade with the Angels sending Chacin to Anaheim, Chacin was to have started against the Phillies tonight, but the Braves have recalled Williams Perez from AAA Gwinnett to make that start. And the Angels have lost a lot of pitching talent to the DL. Rasmus is down on strikes. That's number 6 for Salazar. What else is going on in the AL West? Well, we know Seattle's playing well. Robinson Cano has had something to do with that, leading the AL in homers and runs batted in. Cole Hamels 4-0 with a .268 for the Rangers, and Odor has had a powerful start. And with the A's, they've had problems with Sonny Gray and some of the others in their rotation, blowing up their ERA. And look at the guys out with injuries for the Angels.
That's incredible. It's a starting rotation and your closer.
Marwin Gonzalez takes ball 1. He struck out in the first inning. Yeah, usually trade season starts to heat up about June. But the Angels have a dire need for pitching. Marwin smacks one into the right field corner. Heads for second base. Chisenhall gets it back in. That's double number 7 for Marwin Gonzalez.
You see Marwin turning on that fastball. See the fastball. The location on the fastball for Salazar has been an issue. See Yan Gomes setting up on that outside corner, but I think it's a good idea for Astro hitters to do what Marwin is doing. Get ready for that fastball, sit on it. When you get it in a good zone to hit it, don't miss it. Again, another runner in scoring position for the Astros. Can they take advantage of it?
Valbuena has the opportunity. He struck out for the final out of the first inning. That one almost clipped him, and it's ball 1. The Astros 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position with 5 strikeouts.
Set a record in those first 2 innings, Brownie, leaving 6 guys on.
Yeah, that's true.
That's good news. Not. Looking at our forward spray chart with Valbuena up there. He's been getting some hits here in recent days. We can see where they're going. One hit up the middle, two to the pull side, but I like that those red zones are middle to the outside. That means he's seeing the ball well and going with the pitches that they're giving him on the outside corner.
Just out of the zone, 3-0 now. Gomez on deck. There's the breakdown with men in scoring position. The Astros had the bases loaded, nobody out in the first inning. Then Salazar struck out the side. He got the out on Correa with the bases loaded in the second. So a stressful start to the game. And now another walk. That's 5 walks. It's a strange game for him.
This is a strange game. I was thinking the same thing. Is he just trying to go out there and test himself?
Yeah.
Watch this, guys. I'm going to load it up every inning, and I'm going to get out of it. This is unreal.
It's 8 base runners for Houston so far. Gomez, one of those on a ground ball single through the right side in the second. He advanced as far as third base. Stassi's on deck. That's strike one. It'll be a Cy Young matchup tomorrow night in Boston. Dallas Keuchel and David Price.
Should be a good one.
Salazar has tied his career high with the 5 walks already. That went in on him, and he tried to check, but Bob Davidson called a swing on Gomez, and it's 0-2.
Instead of Dale Scott pointing down there, he should just ring it up. But that is, it's borderline. Just don't know how the barrel gets in that situation.
Right.
How about David Price having a 6.75 ERA?
It's hard to figure, and he doesn't seem to have any answers.
Oh.
Another punch out, and that is 7 for Salazar. Crazy game so far.
Yes, but an effective split finger when Salazar has needed it.
Well, a 2-out hit for the Astros could go a long way. Max Stassi struck out his first time up. Stassi came in to catch the final inning last night, but did not get the hit in that game. He had just 14 at bats at AAA in 4 games, going 2 for 14 with an RBI there for Fresno. Max takes a look at ball 1.
Good time for Max to announce his presence here in Houston with a bomb.
You bet. Max is 25 years old, born in Woodland, California. 4th round pick of Oakland in 09. It's 2-0 to Stassi, who was traded to the Astros from Oakland in February of 2013. In that big trade, along with Chris Carter and Brad Peacock, Jed Lowry, and Fernando Rodriguez going back the other way. Lowry, by the way, is now on the disabled list for Oakland. Got that news today with a shin injury.
DL with a shin bruise?
Yeah, well,
that would be a pretty healthy bruise.
Yeah, I don't know how they describe it. A little tap to shortstop. Lindor with a throw. No runs, a hit, 2 men left, and the Astros have stranded 8 through the first 3, and they trail 1-0.
1-0. We're in the fourth. And let's talk about some fun things coming up right here at Minute Maid Park. Christy Felice joins me now, Director of Promotions, and we're talking about that Rangers series. The Astros going on the road this weekend. They'll be back the next weekend, though, and a big weekend here at the ballpark, right?
Very big weekend. Always a great rival, right, when they come into town. So we're going to start it off on Friday night with the return of Friday night fireworks, but we've got something interesting for the fans for this Friday night fireworks show. For the first time ever, we're going to have them be able to vote on what the playlist is going to be. It's a Texas country theme, so starting on Monday, we're going to be running a poll through our social media account, putting some songs up against each other and letting our fans vote on which moves on to the next round. And by the end of that, we'll have 6 or so songs that we'll send to our pyro team, and that'll be what we hear on Friday night.
That's a lot of fun. But there's also some giveaways as well, Christy. What do you got for us?
On Saturday, we'll have our annual Lone Star Series t-shirt, making sure we don't get nailed over here. We'll have our annual Lone Star Series t-shirt. Here's the great design. It's sponsored by AT&T this year, so we're really excited about this one. It's just going to be a great night at the ballpark anyway. AT&T having some military activations going on pregame, but definitely come out early for the Lone Star Series t-shirt. It's always a fan favorite.
You got some more giveaways though too. Keep them coming. What do you got over here? There's a backpack involved. How do I get one of these backpacks? I don't think I'm allowed to get a backpack.
I don't know if you're, maybe you have niece, nephew. So for kids 12 and under, the Coca-Cola Astros Buddies Club is back, of course, again this year for only $25. You can sign your kids up, your nieces, your nephews, whoever you want for this great backpack. You also get 4 tickets to a select Buddies game throughout the 2016 season. A lot of really great promo items in here as well. This year we have brought out some little socks for the kids. How cute are these? And then also a Buddy's cap.
Are you sure I can't get this?
I mean, maybe we can see what we can do for you.
Good size hat.
And then, you know, of course, they have to be very, very official, and they get their own Buddies membership card. And this gets them a lot of great things around the ballpark, some discounts at the team store, and on Sundays, which of course are Kroger family Sundays, they get front of line access to Kids Run the Bases with this badge. So it's a $25 value and really is a great buy for the little kids in your life.
So many things, they're exciting things coming up at the ballpark here, not this weekend, but the next when they come back home. Thank you very much, Christy. Guys, I'm going to send it back up to you, but hey, we got Colby Rasmus news coming up, guys. So
all right, very good.
Everyone needs to stay tuned for that.
All right, thanks, Julia. That's out number 2 after the Napoli leadoff homer. Napoli's 7th of the year, made it 2-0 Cleveland. Santana and Bird grounding out then, and that, by the way, the first long ball in this 3-game series. Cleveland ahead 2-0, and Yan Gomes will be next. He struck out in the 2nd inning. Foul ball, strike 1. Pfister now has surrendered 6 home runs this season in 40 innings of work. Doug gave up 3 runs in 6 1/3 last time out, beating Seattle 6-3. Backhanded Correa throwing from the outfield grass with another gem. And it's a 7-pitch 4th inning, and that is quite a play by Carlos Correa on Yan Gomes. At 2-0, the Astros coming up in the home fourth inning here at Minute Maid Park. Jake Marisnick first up as the cotton candy travels around and puts that in the air. Here is Santana going for it, but it's well back out of play for him. Strike one to Marisnick, who struck out in the second inning. 7 punch-outs through 3 innings for Salazar, and he's dodged around 5 walks to tie his career high. Astros have 3 hits. And for a strike, and it's 0-2, and Marisnick has seen that pitch a couple of times here in this sequence. Yeah, Jed Lowry's injury is described as a right shin contusion on the 15-day disabled list.
It's a doozy.
1-2. The A's have recalled lefty Eric Surkamp for a spot start. And a punch out. That's number 8 for Salazar now. Tough start for the Astros. They have left 8 men on base. They trailed 2-0. Jose Altuve, though, has had a nice start to his game, working the count full and hitting a ground ball single to the left of Lindor in the first inning. Then he drew an intentional walk in the second. Altuve now has drawn 17 walks. That's strike one to Jose. And he is tied for second in total bases, and he is second in extra base hits in the American League. Not only is he getting on base, but he's driving the ball. He has 9 homers and 15 doubles.
A little more selective this year, too, not chasing so many pitches out of the zone. But in doing so and not chasing those pitches, he's actually getting pitches in the zone to drive.
That's 2 outs. A little toss by Salazar to Santana. And George Springer has walked both times. George now has received 19 walks this season. He had a .345 on base average when this game began. In fact, these top 4 in the Astros order, all with highly respectable on base averages. Altuve 404, Springer 345, Correa 383, and Rasmus 346 in the on base average category.
Yeah, it's pretty good numbers, and you know that George, that was one of the things when he got called up, is his strike zone discipline. His career on base percentage is right at 352. That's a pretty good number for a young kid.
Sure is.
A relatively young kid.
26. That's young, Blummer.
It is.
This weird game for Salazar was even Steven on balls and strikes before that pitch, 40 of each. And now he's at 2-0. He's only surrendered 1 homer this season in more than 40 innings of work. Let's change that as Springer hits one that will be very happy with its landing for Astros fans. Number 1500 in the history of this ballpark for the Houston Astros comes from George Springer. That's number 7 of the year for George, giving him 17 runs batted in.
Put a great swing on that fastball from Salazar. Salazar is going to provide a lot of energy on that fastball, but you dial that up with a strong swing from Springer, and that's the kind of lift you get. That ball was pummeled. Be interesting to see what the exit velocity on that was. Got the head through the zone nicely on that.
A milestone long ball in the history of this ballpark. Now Correa leans back from ball 1.
That's what I'm talking about. That wasn't an overly aggressive swing from George Springer. That was just some nice, easy buggy whip.
It's 1-1.
This is just controlled aggression right here. 94 coming back middle, and he gets the head out beautifully. And that's a line drive over the tracks.
Tape measure shot, foul back, and it's 1-2.
2 pretty aggressive hacks from Carlos Correa also.
They are. Richard Hidalgo hit the first Houston homer when this ballpark opened. That was April 7th of 2000. Actually, opponent Scott Rowland with the Phillies hit the first home run period, but Hidalgo started the Houston home run parade And in the history of this ballpark, Lance Berkman has more than anybody.
The way Doggy started out here at Minute Maid Park, you thought his name would be at the top of that list.
True. Yeah, he hit 44
that first year, right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Ground ball to third. Uribe gets Correa. And Springer gets the Astros going with home run number 7 of the year, and the first for them in this series, making it 2-1 Cleveland after 4. Here at Minute Maid Park, where they like to hang out around that railing near where the pump, the ConocoPhillips pump, just registered the number 1,500 for Astros homers, including postseason in the history of this ballpark. It came from George Springer. It was measured at 455 feet. Lonnie Chisenhall takes a Doug Fister pitch. There's ball 1. Chisenhall singled, took second on an error, came around to score in the 3rd inning on a hit by Jason Kipnis. The longest home run at Minute Maid Park was by Lance Berkman. Off-speed pitch, 1-1. It was 464 feet. June 7th of 03 against Tampa Bay. And Berkman has hit more homers than any other player here, 155. 2 balls and a strike. And we welcome those of you watching on the MLB Network today on our Root Sports telecast here from Minute Maid Park as Doug Fister works against the Cleveland Indians. George Springer also hit the 1,400th Astro homer here last year, June 15th.
How about that?
He's a milestone guy, Blummer.
He is. He's just waiting for the moment.
Likes those big numbers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Indians have won 6 of their last 8. And they have won their last 2 series and getting ready to go back home now. They have an off day tomorrow, I believe. Pitches upstairs, 3-2. Yes, they do. And they will come back into play Friday night at home against Minnesota. They have 5 games, 3 with the Twins, 2 with the Reds on their homestand. Deep toward the right field corner. Marisnick coming over for a look, and that one is foul. Chisenhall hooks that one out of play.
But out in front of that one. See the play on the end here. Wow.
Solid.
Very nice.
Foul ball keeps Chisenhall alive at 3 balls, 2 strikes. As far as the Astros go, they are going with a different type of rotation for the next few days. They're going to use 6 different starters. Lance McCullers coming back into the rotation. Fouled away. Keuchel and Price will toe the slab at Fenway Park tomorrow night. Then Friday night, McCullers goes against knuckleballer Stephen Wright, who was very successful here and is having a nice season. 2 hopper out to Altuve. 2 Gonzalez, 1 out.
Pitching performance is powered by Kubota. Talked about Davinsky from last night. Quality start, 6 2/3. Got some help from his defense. A couple of key double plays behind him. 5 punch outs using that fastball, curveball, and that great changeup that he has. Well, use it both against right-handers and left-handers. Pitched out of trouble in that second inning. Did a great job.
Juan Uribe looks at a strike. Fister throws one low. 1-1 to Uribe, who grounded out to Correa. Made an outstanding play to get him in the 3rd inning. And then he made another one on Yan Gomes. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Fister. And both these starting pitchers today have had tough losses. Fister lost a 2-1 game and a 3-2 game. Backhanded, Marwin with a long toss to Fister. He was way over halfway towards second on out number 2. Looking ahead to the Red Sox series, it's Keuchel and Price tomorrow night, McCullers and Stephen Wright Friday night. Saturday a day game for Colin McHugh and Clay Buchholz. Chris Davinsky stays in the rotation for a Sunday start. The Red Sox have not yet named their starter. Mike Fiers, from what we're hearing, is going to be available in relief for some of those days. So McCullers comes back. Davinsky stays in the rotation. And the Astros add McCullers and keep the other 5 starters. And it will change a little bit. It's not really a 6-man rotation, but they're using 6 different starters because A.J. Hinch wants to keep Dallas Keuchel on regular rest.
And Keuchel wants to stay on regular rest too. He likes eating up those innings.
That's true. Rajay Davis lunges at that pitch, and it's 0-2 for Fister. Little chop to the left side. Valbuena with a good play to a stretching Marwin Gonzalez. In the middle of the 5th inning, it's 2-1 Cleveland. Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Whataburger. Get your day started at Whataburger with a jalapeno cheddar biscuit. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, donating $100 for each Astros home run and $200 for each Correa home run to Houston Children's Charity. Colby Rasmus in the box. He struck out both times today, taking ball 1 there. 2-1, the Indians lead it. Danny Salazar shooting for win number 4. has had a balanced day, so to speak. 5 walks and 8 strikeouts. Rasmus hits it in the air, and center fielder Davis moves over a little bit. Not the kind of balanced day a pitcher is looking for in terms of strikes and balls being almost identical for Salazar, but his stuff is electric. It's just a matter of harnessing it, right?
Yeah, I think that's a big deal for him on the season. He came into this game with 18 walks. Now he's added 5 more to that, so that is definitely a concern, but luckily he has the kind of stuff that will get him out of jams. We've seen it with the fastball split finger that he brings to the plate. It's unbelievable. He throws that split finger at 87 to 89 miles an hour with that kind of break on it.
Marwin Gonzalez double to right. He's 1 for 2. That breaks down and in for ball 1. Padres lead the Cubs at Chicago 6-4 after a 4-run top of the 7th inning. Cubs are awfully tough to beat. They're 25-6, 12-3 at home. Fouled away by Marwin. That makes it 1-1 to Gonzalez. Kyle Hendricks started for Chicago today. Brett Wallace hit his 2nd homer of the year.
What?
For the Padres. He's playing third base.
Attaboy.
Two balls and a strike. Valbuena's on deck. Salazar with 47 strikes, 45 balls in his 92 pitches. Now 3-1. So the Astros seem to have an excellent chance to get into this Indians bullpen. In for a strike. That makes it 3-2 now.
Okay.
It's been a day with several 3-2 counts for Salazar. He gets a punch out. Number 9.
Treat your employees, host clients, or celebrate a special occasion with an Astros luxury suite. Create an experience your group is sure to remember by calling 1-877-9-ASTROS and reserving your luxury suite today.
They did.
Yeah, good day to do it.
Luis Valbuena struck out and he walked. Valbuena takes, and there's ball 1. Fastball fouled away. Just checking back on the pitch counts for Salazar this year. He threw 114 against Seattle back on April 20th. That is his single game high this season. Off the plate, and it's 2-1. Orioles 7, Twins 2, bottom of the 8th in Minnesota. The Orioles are now 19-12. Mark Trumbo has hit a pair of home runs, giving him 11. They both came off Phil Hughes. And Hughes has given up a 3rd homer in the game. Chris Davis hit his 9th. Miguel Sano hit number 4 for the Twins, who are now using Joe Mauer as their leadoff man. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's 100 pitches now for Salazar. He goes to a full count. Gomez on deck. And there's a walk. That adds to the list. It's number 6, a new career high for Salazar, and Gomez will follow. He's 1 for 2.
That's an unbelievable line Salazar's working with right there. I mean, 101 pitches, 50 of them have been balls, 9 strikeouts, 6 walks, only 1 earned run. The bigger number that jumps out on the scoreboard right now is that 8 left on base by the Houston Astros.
Certainly does.
Man.
Gomez is 1 for 2. There's strike 1. Well, the Astros this season as a team have hit .229 with runners in scoring position, leaving 8 today. Left the bases loaded in the first with nobody out, and then again in the second they loaded the bases. That was a 2-out opportunity with the bases loaded. 1-1. White Sox lead at Texas 4-2. They're in the bottom of the 5th now. Had a long rain delay, some violent weather in North Texas last night. Matt Latos is going for the Sox. 2 balls and a strike. Cole Hamels has given up 4 runs, 3 of them earned in his 5 innings for Texas, including a Todd Frazier homer, his 11th. Brett Lawrie connected for his 5th of the year. Frazier now with 31 runs batted in. Kyle Crockett and Jeff Manship are warming up for the Indians. Crockett, the lefty. 2-2.
What if Carlos Gomez could ever connect on one of those big swings? It might end up in his first home run of the season.
Yeah, it also might break a pane of glass in the roof.
Man.
105 pitches. Stassi's on deck. Strikeout number 10 ends it in the Astros 5th inning. We go to the 6th, 2-1 Indians. There it is, that big bobblehead night for Colby Rasmus. That's a special one.
That thing is beautiful. They did a great job on that one.
Terrific. 2-1 Cleveland. Doug Fister throws, and there's strike 1 for Fister. Jason Kipnis, the batter. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI. Fister's had 12 ground ball outs. That's a line drive hit, and Kipnis is 3 for 3 in this game. Pfister would hope for a ground ball double play right here from Frankie Lindor. He got one in the first inning and got another grounder from him in the third. All three of his outs in the first, third, fourth, and fifth have come on ground balls.
That's your prototypical sinker baller.
You bet. Ball one to Lindor. Mike Napoli, who homered in the fourth inning, will be up next. Arizona and Colorado are scoreless in the last of the third at Coors Field. Fly ball left, chases Rasmus back in front of the wall, leaping. Rasmus makes the play on the warning track, fires it back in, and that's out number one.
Nice play by Colby. He seems to have his body in the right position to keep his eyes on the baseball the entire time. Good job playing that left field Crawford box too.
Tommy Hunter is now warming up, a right-hander for the Tribe. Napoli hit those Crawford boxes. There's Hunter. Napoli's homer in the fourth inning, leading off that frame. He struck out looking in the second. In tight, and there's ball one for Pfister. Doug has consistently delivered, joining the Astros this season to bolster the rotation. It's 2-0. His ERA was 4.54 coming into this game, but that was based on one really tough start here against Kansas City. He was tagged for 6 earned runs in 5 2/3 innings. And there were some circumstances not of his control there. Two Hopper to third, Valbuena to second, Altuve to first. That's a 5-4-3 double play. Second double play for the Astros in this one. No runs, a hit, nobody left. It's an 8-pitch 6th inning, and it's 2-1.
We go to the bottom of the 6th. Get a gift for the Astros fan in your life and have your special message become part of Minute Maid Park forever with the Houston Astros commemorative brick paver program. Visit astros.com/bricks for more details. Browning.
Thanks, Julia. We'll hit the bricks. Yeah, a lot of people have done that back in the early years of the ballpark, but you may not have been around for that. So if you want to get down, get your name on a brick, it's available to you. Tommy Hunter is 0-1 in 3 1/3 innings, has a 2.70 ERA in 4 games with the Indians. He takes over for Salazar. Salazar in 5 innings allowed 4 hits and 1 run, walking 6, fanning 10. Salazar threw 106 pitches, 54 strikes, 52 balls. And he is in line for his 4th win of the year. Max Stassi is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a groundout. There's strike one with Preston Tucker on deck. Jake Marisnick due to bat second in the inning. Tommy Hunter pitched Monday night and had one hitless, scoreless inning. Astros won that game 7-1. One hopper. Lindor got the hop with those soft hands. He took care of Stassi's grounder. 1 out.
Good swing by Stassi, just put it in the wrong spot, hitting it right at Lindor.
Now Tucker pinch hitting for Marisnick, who was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Comes up with a 194 average. 3 homers, 4 runs batted in for Tucker. Preston's had 72 at bats. He is 1 for 9 pinch hitting. Jose Altuve on deck. That's strike one to Preston. Tucker's 1 for 7 in this series, 4 for 21 on the homestand with a homer. Out to the left fielder, Marlon Byrd. 2 outs. His Cleveland pen is 1-2 and lost 6 with a 3.63 ERA. Jose Altuve the batter. Monday night when Corey Kluber left after 2 2/3 innings, 5 different Cleveland relievers performed very well. Hunter was one of those. The Astros winning at 7-1. And then last night it was Brian Shaw and Cody Allen with a couple of scoreless innings. Altuve high to left field. Bird way back looking up. Altuve's hit one off the wall and he's in with a double. 16th double of the year for Altuve, second hit of the game.
Altuve trying to jump ship again. It's a fastball up out over the plate. Might have been a little bit of a cutter from Tommy Hunter. We talk about location all the time, and he kind of hit it in that spot where Crawford boxes in, and it shoots back into that bullpen at the 362 sign. But just another extra base hit for the young man.
Kyle Crockett warming up for the Indians, and here's George Springer, who's provided the Astros run. The tape measure homer in the 4th after walking in the 1st and 2nd innings. Fouled away, strike one.
Academy Sports and Outdoors and the Houston Astros are hitting home runs for Houston. You see most home runs at Minute Maid Park of the current Astros. Springer on there with 19. Castro's got a little more service time here at Minute Maid Park.
Off the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, those 1,500 homers, of course, many have been memorable for Astros fans, including Jeff Kent's playoff game-winning homer in 04. Chris Burke's playoff game-winning homer in the 18th inning in 05. A couple of walk-offs there. Here's number 1,500.
Ball's crushed. Just too bad it happened with nobody on base. With all the opportunities the Astros had with guys on, one time they do drive it out, there's nobody on.
Springer saw that pitch and laid off for ball 3. So there's the big number. Albert Pujols has hit 27 home runs here as a visitor. Another milestone long ball in the history of this park was Barry Bonds hitting his 70th of the season in 01. 3-2. Hunter is 28 years old, born in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. He went to the University of Alabama. First round pick of the Rangers in 07. They traded him to Baltimore in 11. Last year he was with the Orioles and the Cubs. Springer started the bat. He checked his swing, and there's the Bob Davidson call on ball 4. 3 walks in the game for Springer. Walk number 7 for the Tribe.
Might have gotten away with one, huh?
Yeah.
The entire baseball in the zone. Perfect on the day, though, is George Springer.
Springer now with 2 walks in each of the first 2 games of this series. Has 7 walks in this 3-game series. And Correa comes up. He's 0 for 2.
It's going all Bryce Harper on him.
Yeah. Nobody wants to pitch to Harper anymore, right?
No.
Strike to Correa. Colby Rasmus on deck. Well, the Astros have gotten into the bullpen here in the 6th inning. A very interesting game today with Salazar having that great stuff. Shot into center field. Altuve's coming home to tie the game at 2. RBI single by Correa. 17th run batted in for Carlos.
Well, credit Doug Fister for keeping the Astros in this ball game, doing a great job keeping the game close and allowing the Astros to finally take advantage of an opportunity with runner in scoring position. Correa getting those long arms extended, shooting it back up the middle. Altuve scores easily to tie this ball game up.
It started with Altuve's 2-out double, then a walk, then the RBI single for Correa, tying the game. Colby Rasmus will be next. The lefty on his way. Kyle Crockett to face him. It's 2-2 in the 6th.
Of Houston Astros, LLC, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Houston Astros, LLC.
It's now a 2-2 game, and the Astros have rallied with 2-out hits by Jose Altuve, a double. George Springer walk, and then the hit by Correa to tie it. Colby Rasmus on deck. Lefty Kyle Crockett comes out of the Cleveland bullpen. And he has no decisions in 2 innings, 1 hold, and an ERA of 0.
In those 4 outings, he hasn't been scored on. Granted, he's only faced 7 batters. Lefties are 1 for 5, 3 punch outs against Kyle Crockett.
Rasmus is 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts and a fly ball. Infield shifts around, giving him all kinds of space on the left side of the infield. And he fouls that, strike one. Zach McAllister is warming up for the Indians. Crockett is their lone lefty in the bullpen. The Astros have Tony Sipp as their lefty. So each manager has to choose sparingly the spot for that singular left-hander. And for a strike, and it's 0-2 on Rasmus. And this is a move made by a lot of skippers, bringing a lefty to face Rasmus.
Pretty good location on that fastball from Crockett.
Colby's hitting .214 against lefties. He's 3 for 14, but he's driven in 3 runs.
No home runs. Interesting.
Yeah. 1-2.
Be interesting to see if the Astros try and create a situation by sending the runner at first.
Yeah, 2 strikes in the count. Sometimes we see that. Excellent speed on the corners with Springer at third and Correa at first.
A little bit tougher with that left-handed pitcher on the mound. Plus, you've got a pretty reliable hitter this season so far in Colby Rasmus with runners on.
But that's why sometimes you wait till 2 strikes, right?
Yeah. Because if you do run into an out, you have Colby leading off. But again, left on left, pretty tough.
Rasmus has worked the count full. And now Correa will automatically go at first. Each club with 6 hits today. The Astros have the only error in the game. That's ball 4 and the bases are loaded for Gonzalez. Well, Colby worked his way back into the count, drew his 21st walk of the year, and now another bases loaded opportunity, the 3rd of the game for the Astros.
Great AB by Colby Rasmus. I know he wanted to swing the bat, but was able to lay off some tough pitches, work that walk. Nice work.
And that'll be it for Crockett. As Colby checks the swing, draws the walk. Zach McAllister will be headed in to face Marwin Gonzalez. 2-2 in the 6th.
They have tied it up also at 2 apiece between the Indians and Astros. Follow Astros baseball live and stay up to the moment with Game Day. Live highlights, StatCast, and more with the MLB.com at-bat app. Download the app for your phone or tablet now.
Zach McAllister, who's 1-1 in 11 1/3 innings, 5 holds and an ERA of 1.59, inherits a bases loaded 2-out situation facing Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin doubled in the 3rd inning. He struck out in the 1st inning with the bases loaded for the 2nd out and struck out again in the 5th. So now gets this other opportunity. The Astros have had 4 previous at-bats in the game with the bases loaded, and they have gone 0 for 4. So Marwin trying to deliver here with Luis Valbuena on deck. The bases loaded, nobody out in the 1st, and Danny Salazar struck out the next 3. This is the 3rd inning in which they have loaded the bases. And that is out number 3. 1 run to tie it on 2 hits, 3 men left. We go to the 7th inning, 2-2.
The Astros at Minute Maid go into the top of the 7th inning. Our delivery of the game is delivered to you by Jimmy Johns. Good catches in this series. Bill Dawley made a great play on a line drive, ripped right at him, and he's got the proof right there in his hands. These fans are getting after it. One hand on you. Robbing that from the guy behind him with the glove. Use whatever it takes. Got to be resourceful. Hat comes in handy. Rob that one from your buddy, and then he just snags it away from you.
2-2 game. Doug Fister opens in the 7th inning with a pitch to Carlos Santana. It's ball 1. Santana is 0 for 2. So Fister gets a fresh start, and he's been trailing in this game since the 3rd inning when an unearned run scored on the Kipnis hit, one of 3 Kipnis hits in the game, but now gets back to square one in a 2-2 affair. 2 balls and a strike. Fister with 84 pitches for the day so far. There is some stirring in the Houston bullpen right now. Ken Giles is warming up. Popped up, and here comes Valbuena over into foul ground. 1 down. It's the 5th straight quality start for Fister. If it ends right now, he has a quality start. Giles getting loose as Marlon Byrd comes up. Byrd is 1 for 2. The Astros have Preston Tucker in the game in left field. Colby Rasmus has moved to right field. Tucker pitch hit for Jake Marisnick and stayed in, and they switched Rasmus over to right. So Colby's played all 3 outfield positions this year. Off the plate, ball 1. Very interesting game. The Astros have left a dozen. The Indians have left 2. Valbuena. 2 down. And the Astros have had 5 at-bats with the bases loaded, and they are 0 for 5. Not only 0 for 5, but they haven't been getting any of the runs home. No ground outs with an RBI or anything like that.
Truly incredible to see that 12 in the left on base department, but to have 5 opportunities with the bases juiced. My goodness.
That is extreme, Blummer.
It really is.
Jan Gomes is 0 for 2. How about Pat Tabler? He was one of the great bases loaded hitters of all time. And he's now broadcasting for the Toronto Blue Jays. Ground ball. There's a backhand play. Valbuena, long throw.
Nice play.
That is very good glove work at third on an 8-pitch inning for Doug Fister. He gets 2 more ground ball outs. He's had 16 ground ball outs. Here's some good work. Two very interesting and unusual game. 7th inning stretch has been a nice one for the fans as they've pondered what's happened and what might happen. Altuve fans ready for the bottom of the 7th inning, although it would take a little rally for him to bat. Valbuena, Gomez, and Stassi do up, but we heard from Chris Garby on Twitter, Blummer.
We did.
And he said, I have it on record. I predicted George Springer hitting number 1500, which he did back in the 4th inning today. On Monday, he predicted it.
A lot of humility there, huh?
Yeah.
Just in case you were wondering.
Luis Valbuena steps up. He has struck out and walked twice. Zach McAllister is pitcher number 4 in the game for the Indians. He delivers strike 1 at 93. He had an illness this spring and did not pitch, but making up now for lost time. Making his 15th appearance of the year already, which ties Shaw for tops on the Indians club. Brian Shaw. Valbuena puts that one out of play. 0-2. Will Harris is warming up for Houston now. Indians will have their 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up in the 8th inning. Luke Gregerson has had a few days off after he pitched in 3 straight games. Gregerson last pitched on Saturday. Flick foul, still 0-2. Luke is getting loose right now as well. And Scott Feldman standing out there too. Feldman has retired all 18 batters he's faced in relief since being moved out of the starting rotation. 1-2.
Just pretty impressive. A veteran move to go out there. Granted, he probably isn't exactly happy about being taken out of that rotation, but it's done a good job of making that transition out there and helping this ball club. It goes a long way in that clubhouse.
2-2. Well, with Lance McCullers now coming back and due to start in that Boston series on Friday night, it is finally the culmination of what the Astros had planned. But this spring he had soreness in his shoulder, so it appeared that they have one too many starters coming into camp, but McCullers was unable to go. So they were looking at 6 for 5 spots then. Now they've got 6 for 6 spots. Out into center field. That loops in for a hit for Valbuena. 5-game hitting streak for Luis.
Good job of fighting that one off.
It was.
A couple pitches on the outside corner to stay alive in this bat. He's spoiled. But here, this one gets in the kitchen a little bit, brings the hands in nicely, and just drops it in center field. Take it.
Yeah, he microwaved it out over Kipnis. And he's aboard now with Gomez batting. Carlos 1 for 3, a single through the right side in the second inning. He struck out twice since then. Pushes a bunt. McAllister tossing, and that's out number 1 on the sacrifice by Gomez from 1-3. It's actually a good way to do it, because worst case scenario, if he gets the bunt down, the potential go-ahead run is in scoring position.
This is a good job. You get it down just right, you get a knock out of it. If not, you move the runner along. Productive out.
Max Stassi is 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 groundouts for Max in his return to the Astros. Well, he returned to do catching for 1 inning last night, but his return as a hitter. Preston Tucker's on deck. Stassi looks at it, and it's strike 1 for McAllister. McAllister's had a couple of days off since his last game against Kansas City. He went 1/3 of an inning. Gave up 2 hits, no runs. 1 ball, 1 strike. McAllister is 28. He's from Chillicothe, Illinois. The Indians went to him out of the bullpen 61 times last year. He came to the big leagues with the Tribe in 2011 after they got him in a trade from the Yankees. 1-2 for Stassi. This would be a great spot for him to get a hit. Maybe give the Astros the lead here in the 7th inning. Brian Shaw is warming up for the Indians. Padres 7, Cubs 4, bottom of the 9th at Wrigley Field. Stassi's down on strikes. 2 outs. That's the 11th strikeout. Salazar struck out 10 in 5 innings. Preston Tucker came up as a pinch hitter for Jake Marisnick in the 6th inning. Hit a fly ball to left field. But with Evan Gattis at minor league stop AA Corpus Christi, doing some catching, some DHing, that has left a lot of DH at bats for Preston Tucker. He had started 9 of the previous 10 games. Looking at ball 1. Preston now has 73 at bats this season. Way outside, and it's 2-0 for McAllister. Now, this game decides whether the Astros have a 5-5 homestand or 6-4. Ball 3 to Tucker. It's 3-0 to Preston.
Dude, I might give Preston Tucker the green light right here. I know that Altuve's behind him, but the best pitch you're going to see in this at bat for Preston Tucker is right now. Last thing that McAllister wants to do is walk Preston Tucker to get Altuve up there.
Strike, and it's 3-1.
But you're also banking on the fact that he's going to come with another fastball right here because of the same reason I said before. Do not want to get runners on base with Altuve coming up.
Big pitch coming for McAllister. Tucker shoots one through to left field. That'll score the go-ahead run. 3-2 Houston on the RBI single by Tucker. Valbuena scores to give the Astros the lead for the first time.
Big hit. Credit Tucker for getting himself into that 3-0 count, able to time it on that 3-0 pitch. It was right down the middle, but again, McAllister being forced to throw that fastball again. Tucker takes advantage of it, going the other way, right through that hole, vacated by the shift. Good piece of hitting. Big AB for the Houston Astros. Now you have the top of the lineup coming up, and you have a chance to add on a little bit.
That'll do it for McAllister. Brian Shaw coming in. Big hit for Tucker, giving Houston the 3-2 advantage. Back in a moment. Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Toyota. Let's go places. It's 3-2. Houston has taken the lead with a 7th inning run after trailing 2-0 going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Brian Shaw comes in. He's 0-1 in 13 2/3 innings. He has 7 holds and a 6.59 ERA. And he inherits the runner at first, Tucker, with Jose Altuve, the batter. Altuve's been on 3 times with a single, a double, and an intentional walk. Outside for ball 1.
A lot of cutters and sliders from Brian Shaw.
It's his 2nd outing in this series. He pitched in the 4-0 Cleveland win last night. He gets a swing from Altuve and takes the count to 1-1. Shaw gave up 1 hit last night. That was a pinch single by Marwin Gonzalez in the 8th inning. Giant Coca-Cola bottle there. Somebody was talking about they need more targets for hitters to hit home runs and win things. How about that for a target?
That would be a good target.
Big cut by Altuve. He might have hit it with that big swing. 1-2.
He was letting it go.
He did. Well, that would be about what, a 700-foot home run, something like that.
Yeah, that's all.
Monster.
No big deal.
You ought to win a trip to Australia for 4 if you hit that. Foul back.
See ex-Astro Brandon Laird.
What did he do in Japan?
Hit a home run off a sign that said, if you hit this sign, you win free beer for a year. And he's got free beer for a year.
Japanese beer, huh?
Yeah. Maybe a Sapporo or
Kirin?
Asahi.
Yeah.
Not that I know anything about that.
You know your Japanese beers. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Getting exposed right here.
Have you ever been to Japan?
Yes, I have. I was super fortunate not only to play for the Tampa Bay Rays in 2004.
Oh.
We got to open in Japan.
Sounds like a great time.
Oh, yeah.
That was probably the only road spot you ever visited where you didn't want to leave, right?
No, I've had several of those.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, you might have another one coming up in Boston. That's a good spot.
Yeah, that really is.
Chicago, of course, your old stomping grounds.
Good to go through there. How about the city of Chicago, both the north and the south side, having 2 ball clubs playing really well.
Rare year for them. Let's see what we have. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Kieran. It's not bad. Brandon
Okay.
Laird doing some damage out there.
I haven't seen that uni, have you?
No.
This will be the 8th pitch to Altuve.
Pretty impressive.
Jose takes it. Whoa!
Everybody, hold on.
They were walking off, but instead it's 3-2.
Let's see what we got on our strike zone. That was a ball.
Okay. Dale
Altuve
Scott
knew it.
Yeah. Dale Scott with the call. Now 3-2, 2 outs. Preston Tucker ready to run from first. And Shaw, pitcher number 5 for the Indians with the pitch. Bounced up the middle. Backhanded Kipnis throwing to first. Safe at first.
Wow, great hustle.
3rd hit for Altuve.
Now, Altuve never fails to just impress me with the ability to hustle and make things happen on the baseball field. This guy is great.
Kipnis did nothing wrong. That's going to be challenged now by Terry Francona.
We'll get another look at it. Kipnis made a great play on it, but Altuve flying the entire way. This will be a great look, and it looks like it's going to be overturned.
It does. Bob Davidson made the safe call. But now as the umpires gather, get on the headsets and talk to New York, it would appear that that one is going to be taken off the board.
Should be relatively quick if the connection is good and they see that replay that we just saw, that first one right out of the chute. Should be pretty quick.
Dale Scott, the crew chief, and Bob Davidson, who made the call, here from New York, where the final decision is made, and it is out. So Altuve now making the 3rd out of the inning will head for second base after the Astros get the go-ahead run home. 1 run on 2 hits with a man left after 7. 3-2 Astros.
The Astros with a 3-2 lead, and time to tell you the winner of our Chevy Stroh poll. Thank you everyone for voting on the Root Sports SW Twitter page. We asked you which defensive gem was the best of the series. Check this out. What a tight race. Altuve wins by 2% with his barehanded play he made yesterday in this series. These were all from this series, I should mention, but look at Altuve go. He made that look easy.
It really does. Jump throw under control. He's throwing a strike right there. It's a good thing that Tyler White reached out and made sure that out was made, because I can't remember who hit it. Wasn't even in the frame.
Yeah. Now Will Harris in the game. Lonnie Chisenhall moves back from ball one. Chisenhall is 1 for 2. Very nice day for Doug Fister. Harris is 0-1. His ERA 0.61. A whip of 0.68. Marvelous season underway for Harris. 13 straight scoreless appearances for Will. Ooh. Falls behind 2-0 on Chisenhall. Harris retired the side in order in the 8th inning Friday night with a strikeout. He allowed a run in his first appearance of the season. None since. 13 straight. Gets a call there, and it's 2-1. Fister in 7 innings allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. 16 ground ball outs for Fister. His club trailed 2-0. He really held things together. Very good job. On the infield, here's Correa calling off Valbuena. 1 out.
We can't talk enough about how well Fister pitched in this game. Considering what he was watching while he was sitting on that bench, the Astros offense just sputtering. He kept his composure and went out there and kept his team within reach. They picked him up.
He now has 5 straight quality starts, going at least 6 innings, allowing no more than 3 earned runs. That's strike 1 to Uribe. He hit 2 of the ground balls that turned into outs with Fister on the mound. Fister had 2 double plays on grounders. And the Astros continue their string. The appeal went to Bob Davidson, who ruled a check swing, and it's 1-1. This is 7 straight quality starts for the Astros now. And that's really allowed the team to kind of come back into alignment, Jeff Blum, as far as not overtaxing the bullpen.
Yeah, that goes a long way, because they were getting taxed early in April. But you're able to push those guys back. And A.J. Hinch is able to use those guys in more appropriate roles.
It's ruled a strike. Bob Davidson ruled he swung. Fister threw 89 pitches, 58 for strikes. It's a shot fair. It kicks out towards center field. Tucker has to chase it down, but he'll hold him to a single. And that could be big.
Yeah, I don't think there was any intention on Uribe's part to go to second base. Breaking ball smoked down that third base line, but here at Minute Maid, when the stands jut out, kicks off, keeps it in play.
He leaves for a pinch runner, Jose Ramirez. And it's back to the top of the order. Rajai Davis, the batter. He's 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts. Valbuena's even with the bag for Davis. Doug Fister could be getting his 4th win today. Correa backhanding, fires to first. Good play. 2 outs. He had no chance at second base. The infield play has been top notch today.
It has. We talked about how when you have Fister on the mound, you got to be ready, and the reason the Astros have built this defense is for the reason that their pitchers are pitching to contact. But what you saw in that play is Correa put himself in position with that planted right foot, which allows him to see the ball better on the backhand also. But once he picks it up, no wasted movement whatsoever, immediately into that throwing position and just exploits that great arm he has.
That is his 3rd outstanding play today. He made one on Uribe in the 3rd, another on Gomes in the 4th, and now this one on Davis. Brent Strom went out for a quick word with Will Harris. Jason Kipnis is 3 for 3 with an RBI. 24,453 the paid attendance at Minute Maid Park. Cleveland 1 for 3 with men in scoring position. Houston 2 for 12. Kipnis had that one hit with a man in scoring position in the 3rd inning. And he's hit all 3 of his singles have gone to the left of second base. In tight, it's 2-0. Texas leads the White Sox now 6-5. They're in the bottom of the 7th in Arlington. Cole Hamels started that game for the Rangers. They hope to be getting Yu Darvish back soon. That game's now in the last of the 7th in Arlington. 3 balls, no strikes. Rangers are 19 and 15. They're in 2nd place in the AL West. Kipnis looks at it. There's a strike, and it's 3-1 for Harris. Harris now the 8th inning man. And Gregerson gets the 9th in save situations. Now Harris comes back, and he'll make a 3-2 pitch after falling behind 3-0. The scoreless inning streak of 13 games covers 13 1/3 innings. This crowd of 24,453 into it now. In the air to shallow right field. Here's a sprint by 3 players, and Rasmus on the run. Well, that was a good move, switching Colby from left field to right. He makes a very big play in this game. No runs, a hit, and a man left. Rasmus tracks it down in right field, and the Astros lead it by 1, 3-2. Bottom of the 8th inning, but first of all, we have a quote for you. It's our Geico quote. Quote of the day from Casey Stengel: "The secret of managing is to keep the guys who hate you away from the guys who are undecided." You like that one, Blummer?
I think it's a good move. I have the same outlook with my kids.
3-2 Astros. George Springer comes up, and he's had a very active day. 3 walks and a homer. Shaw staying in, and Shaw gets strike 1. McAllister in 1 inning allowed 2 hits, 1 run. No walks, 1 strikeout. He's on the hook right now. Luke Gregerson's warming up for Houston. Sweeping breaking pitch makes it 1-1. Gregerson gets loose. For the Tribe, it'll be the 3, 4, 5 hitters due up in the 9th inning. Lindor, Napoli, and Santana. It's 2-1. George Springer, key factor in this game. The Astros trailed 2-0 with 2 outs and nobody on in the 4th when he clubbed a homer, his 7th of the year. He's going on every time. And now a liner that's caught and dropped, but they ruled a catch. And the umpire at second base ruled that when he reached in to get the ball out of the glove, Kipnis dropped it. So Lance Barrett rules it a line drive out. Let's go back to 1990 with Lou Piniella.
He was an interesting manager. You talk about mercurial. He was not afraid to ever show his emotion. You can't make a call. I'm taking the base and I'm chucking it. Take that.
Lloyd McClendon picked one up and left the field with it.
Yeah, he said he's going to go ahead and take it home. Pretty good arm by Lou.
Yeah. Well, Lou had a good arm in right field in his playing days. Carlos Correa was strike 1. Drove in the tying run with a single to center field with 2 outs in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. Correa looks at it, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Washington and Detroit played last night, and there was an interesting call at second base on the Chase Utley rule slide. Fly ball, and the center fielder moves over Davis a little bit for out number 2. Anthony Gose of Detroit slid past the base on a force play, and this was not ruled a double play.
No contact made and no effort by Gose to even touch the base, which I found interesting because according to the rule it says you have to make an attempt to touch the base, but no intent to touch. Again, the rule wasn't enforced as it is written, which I thought was pretty interesting, and they based it on the fact that he did not make contact with the shortstop coming across.
Fielder's choice, runner out at second base. Shades of Colby Rasmus, who's batting right now. So in Milwaukee in the first week of the season, he slid past second base, and a double play was called. No contact with the middle infielder, who was not even attempting a throw. Jonathan Villar had caught the throw at second and stepped off the base to the inside of it. Rasmus 0 for 3 with a walk today. It seems that things have changed since then with the way that play is called, right?
Yeah, and it seems that they happen behind closed doors when nobody's looking either. But again, no intent to even turn the double play is what shocks me.
Right. And no contact, but a double play was called that first week of the season. Rasmus grounds one. There's the play by Santana. Oh, and the pitcher, Brian Shaw, goes up with a throw behind him a little bit to get the 3-1 out at first. We move to the 9th, 3-2 Houston.
3-2 over the Indians. And Playing to Win is brought to you by the Toyota Tundra. It was Doug Fister's afternoon, pitching at a great pace. His getaway day, keeping the infielders on their toes. He works fast. He works in the strike zone. As you can see, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Did a great job of getting a ton of ground ball outs. Pitched a solid 7 innings of 6-hit baseball. Kept his Houston Astros in it as long as he possibly could until that offense could finally push across a couple runs and get him that lead. Great day for Doug Fister. That'll be a happy flight for him.
Now A.J. Hinch watching Luke Gregerson, his closer, come into the game. Gregerson 0-1, but he's 7 for 7 in saves with a 3.29 ERA. He's converted 16 in a row going back to last year. He has a 1-run lead with Frankie Lindor batting. Lindor 0 for 3. Whoa, he came around and hit Stassi.
Squared him up nicely. Goodness, you see Stassi shaking that off, but
it was.
Sounded pretty firm.
Oh
man. That got him good.
A long follow through. Now a swing and a miss makes it 0-2. Will Harris extended his streak of scoreless baseball to 14 appearances, 14 1/3 innings. Stassi hanging in. Harris in 1 inning, allowing 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. Chopped to first base. It's a fair ball, and he wasn't running.
Good hustle.
He just stood right there at home plate holding the bat as Marwin Gonzalez retired him, 3 unassisted. We won't tell the teachers that you're here. They'll never find out.
Lindor started, but that close to the line, you got to give it an effort. I'm not saying he would have beat it out, but still, just the hustle factor.
Sure. Doesn't look good. Doesn't play well with a teacher. Mike Napoli, the batter. He homered in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. That one pops out of Stassi's mitt, but he gets the strike call.
Did a good job of knocking down that strike.
Gregerson has not pitched since Saturday against Seattle, but he pitched 3 days in a row. Trying to save it for Doug Fister. Oh, 2. And what played out was that Danny Salazar, who was dynamic, striking out 10 in 5 innings, left with 106 pitches in the 5 with a 2-1 lead. And then the bullpen came in early, and the Astros were able to get runs off the bullpen, although only 2. And they may survive a 2 for 13 day with runners in scoring position. If Gregerson can get 2 more outs, they will. This is some kind of a sport. You know, you watch a game unfold like this one and then see how it turns out, right?
That's why you play, isn't it?
Oh, it's just
because if you looked at these numbers on paper, you'd go, oh, the Indians won this game.
Yeah. 2-2.
But it's just incredible. I mean, 13 runners left on base. You don't see that too often.
Well, the Astros had bases loaded, nobody out in the 1st. Salazar struck out the next 3. And they've had 5 total at bats with the bases loaded. Have not delivered any of those base runners. So stranding 13. The Indians have left 3. Santana's on deck. Liner into right center. Gomez hustling for it. He will have a play at second, and the throw is offline. A double by Napoli. And the potential tying run is at second with 1 out as Napoli rips his 8th double of the year.
Good swing by Napoli and a good effort getting to second base.
Well, he's dropped some pounds, so it's easier for him to get to second now.
Hey, you got to be svelte. But I think a good time to push it too. Right-handed throwing outfielder going to his left. It's hard to come back and throw it back across their body, as you can see. even with the spin move, unable to pick up second base and make a strong, accurate throw, which would have been close if it was on line.
That's hit number 8 for the Tribe. Santana is 0 for 3. That's strike one call. Well, your partner for the road trip, Alan Ashby, is ready to take off.
He's in the building.
He doesn't want extra innings today.
Does he ever?
He's geared up for Fenway. A historic place.
Such a good view from that booth in Boston, too. Like you're right on top of home plate.
1-1. What will Julia be up to in Fenway? She loves to do features.
She'll be all up inside that green monster, huh?
Yeah. We're hearing they have a sustainable vegetable garden.
Well, there you go.
She'll be paying a visit.
Check out her green thumb.
Watch for the cucumber feature. Shot out to right center field. That's going to tie this game. Santana heads for second base. Napoli scores. Santana still going. Correa with no throw into third base. And it's 3-3 on the RBI triple by Santana. His first triple of the year, giving him his 14th run batted in. Back-to-back one-out extra base hits for the Indians.
Well, here we go. Fastball out over the plate. Santana really goes out and extends to go get this.
Now the infield comes in with one out. The Indians trying to take the lead with Marlon Byrd batting. Byrd is 1 for 3. Ground ball goes foul. There's strike one. Now the Astros will be batting in the bottom of the ninth. They have Gonzalez, Valbuena, and Gomez due up.
A streak of 16 consecutive saves for Gregerson snapped. He has been very consistent.
That dates back to August 12th last year. No balls, 2 strikes. Yan Gomes on deck. Crack bat. Correa, what a play. Keeping it close, juggling it, and getting the out at first with a runner at third, representing the go-ahead run. 2 outs.
That was pretty special. Kind of a swinging changeup on a line coming to Carlos Correa, playing in. Does a good job of keeping it in front, but just pops it up. Perfect position to make that play. Keep your eye on the ball, kid.
And then check the runner.
Just nicely done. Doesn't matter what this kid does, it always looks good.
Yan Gomes looks at ball 1.
Not a bad pitch.
Gomes 0 for 3. Correa has made 4 really good plays in this game. Ground ball to Correa. And the Indians tied with a run on 2 hits and leave a man. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and it is 3-3. inning. And the Indians will go with pitcher number 6 for them today. Right-hander Jabba Chamberlain. No decisions for Jabba. 10 1/3 innings. An ERA of 0.87 and a whip of 0.68. They picked him up as a free agent. And Chamberlain working after Salazar started and went the first 5. Then it was Hunter, Crockett, McAllister, and Shaw. Shaw going an inning and a third, allowing no hits, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts. And Chamberlain will be facing Gonzalez, Valbuena, and Gomez. And Santana with a big 1-out triple, tying the game, and then he was stranded at third. The Astros now try to regroup. Scott Feldman is warming up for Houston now, in case there is an extra inning encounter today. Marwin Gonzalez doubled to right in the third. He's 1 for 4. Chamberlain pitched Monday night in the Astros 7-1 win. In 1 inning, he allowed 1 hit, 1 run. It was not earned. He gets strike 1. Valbuena had a double off Chamberlain, and Altuve drove him in with a sacrifice fly in that 6th inning Monday night rather. Marwin showing bunt, takes it. It's 1-1. The Astros do not have a win in their last at bat this season yet.
Time to change that number. Let this be the first.
1-2.
A nasty hammer from Chamberlain.
Yes. Cleveland got single runs in the 3rd and 4th. The 4th inning run, a homer by Napoli. The Astros got a 4th inning homer from Springer. Correa knocked in the tying run in the 6th. Go ahead run came from Tucker in the 7th. And then the Tribe just tied it with back-to-back extra base hits in the top of the 9th off Gregerson. Chamberlain's 30 years old. He lives in Lincoln, Nebraska. Veteran of many postseason games. He's been in 21 games. A lot of work with the Yankees. Off his glove, and he tosses to first. Valbuena in this game has a single and 2 walks. Carlos Gomez on deck.
Got some fans in Quad Cities watching this ball game, Browning.
Are they?
Yeah, one of them is named Adam Everett. You may remember him. Decent shortstop for the Houston Astros.
Decent.
Had to throw that out there if he's watching, you know.
His greatness is unparalleled. Strike 1. He was Mr. Automatic.
Yeah, he was.
You know the old phrase about shortstops, a 2-out shortstop?
I have not heard that one.
Never make mistakes with 2 outs in an inning. It's always automatic. When you hit a ground ball to them with 2 outs, the inning is over. He was one of those guys.
Yes, he was. And
probably one of the worst things is somebody who can't make those plays, then the inning blows up and turns into a 4 or 5 run inning, and everybody looks back at, well, if he had just made that routine play, the inning's over. Right?
Yeah, that's a good way to make enemies.
Buena fouls it. It's 1-2. Well, Adam is going to be, of course, continuing to help the infielders around the Astros system as he travels around to the different clubs.
He's a good guy to be in contact with, and the Astros are lucky to have him floating around.
He was so fundamentally sound. You talked about Correa on that throw, having his feet set, and that's one thing that Adam always did properly.
That's part of being a good shortstop, is being able to put yourself in a position to make the play, and Adam had great feet. And that's something that I don't feel gets talked about enough outside of the, Major League Baseball, is teaching these kids how to play the game with their feet, getting in position to make plays. Because the way you create soft hands is having your feet get yourself into position.
There's a guy who really looks like he's going to be one of the best around for a long time.
Yeah, he's been impressive early on.
And of course, it's not as if we haven't talked about this one.
We will be talking about that one for a long time.
Yeah. If they were in the same division, wouldn't that be something?
That would be. That'd be a lot of fun to watch.
19 times a year, yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting every year just to watch the All-Star balloting and how that works out. Because you got Xander Bogaerts working to see in Boston, who's a pretty good shortstop in his own right.
Exactly. 3 balls, 2 strikes. To Valbuena. He's been on 3 times in a row now. Struck him out, 2 outs. And it's Carlos Gomez. He's 1 for 3.
Yeah, Valbuena right there just got fooled. He was probably looking for the fastball 3-2, and a breaking ball comes out, and his immediate reaction was to swing.
Gomez put down a sac bunt the last time he came up, but has a single and 2 strikeouts. Other than that, and there's strike 1. Stassi's on deck. Padres beat the Cubs in Chicago 7-4. Carlos being away by the winner. Pedro Strop lost it, and Fernando Rodney got his 9th save. 1 ball, 1 strike. Red Wallace hit a big home run, a 3-run shot. 1-2. Astros played an extra inning game earlier on this homestand Saturday, a 10-inning game against Seattle. The Mariners won that one 3-2. Trying to avoid extra frames here. And they'll go to the 10th. Jabba Chamberlain gets the side in order in the 9th inning. 3-3 after 9. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra innings at Minute Maid Park. The Astros are 0-2 in extra inning games this season. They're 3-3 with the Indians, who about hit them 9-8. As we enter the 10th inning, and Scott Feldman has come out of the Houston bullpen. The Indians are also 0-2 in extra frames. Feldman will be pitcher number 4 for A.J. Hinch today.
Feldman's been doing a great job out of that bullpen. Had to relinquish his starting rotation spot to Chris Davinsky. But a true professional goes out there and does what's asked of them, and Feldman has been doing it here of late. Look at his season numbers. Making his 8th appearance. He's made 4 starts this season. But those 6 innings in relief, done quite well. Last time out on Monday, went an inning, punched out 2.
What a run he has put together. No base runners allowed in those 3 outings. 6 strikeouts in 6 relief innings. 18 up, 18 down for Scott Feldman. And now with this game tied, he goes to the 10th inning, and it's Chisenhall. Lonnie with a single and a run scored in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 3.
Feldman's going to knock on the skipper's door and ask for the closing role.
That's strike 1. Astros bullpen has 1 win and 6 losses with a 4.19 ERA for the season. Line drive to right field. That's in for a single. Chisenhall gets it started in the 10th. Luke Gregerson in 1 inning allowed 2 hits, 1 run. Had no walks, no strikeouts. Jose Ramirez is the batter. He pinch ran for Juan Uribe. 316, 1 homer, 12 runs batted in for Ramirez. Valbuena's in on the grass at 3rd base. Possible bunting situation for Ramirez. And the throw goes over. Chisenhall is 1 for 1 in stolen bases. Ramirez has started the first 2 games of this series. He's 2 for 6, and he was hit by a pitch. 23-year-old player. Switch hitter. Bunting, and he fouls it. Strike 1 on Ramirez. Ramirez is hitting .352 as a left-handed batter. He has 1 sack bunt this season. He's had 76 at bats. Jeff Manship is warming up for Cleveland. Around a bunt, he misses it, and it's 0-2. Cleveland has a total of 4 sacrifice bunts this season. Sacrifice bunt is really disappearing in baseball. The Astros also have 4 sacks before today, and then Gomez had 1, so for a total of 5 now. Ground ball, and there's a diving play. Valbuena, Altuve, and they get the lead runner. No out at first base, but quite a play by Valbuena, diving from his pulled in position for out number 1.
Truly special play by Luis Valbuena. Got to play in as a 3rd baseman in that situation in case they do try and sacrifice bunt again. This one slashed. Did a good job of laying out, make sure he secured that ball, and made a great throw to second base to assure the 1 out. Nice play. Now a ground ball again gets you out of this inning with the double play ball.
Rajai Davis, the batter. He's 0 for 4. Feldman steams the throw over on Ramirez now. Ramirez is 1 for 3 in stealing bases. Davis has hit the ball on the ground all 4 times. Fouled away. There's strike 1. Feldman began the season in the rotation. He made 4 starts and then was moved to the bullpen, switching places with Chris Davinsky. His best start was here against Kansas City April 13th. He got a no decision. He went 6 1/3, gave up 2 unearned runs. 1-1. Last year Scott was 5-5 with a 3.90 ERA. He made 18 starts and he was on the 60-day disabled list with a shoulder problem. But he has been very healthy all year this year. 33 years old. Fouled away. In his first year with the Astros, Feldman was 8-12 with a 3.74 ERA. Worked 180 innings. And became the #1 starter on this club after signing as a free agent. This is his 3rd year on a 3-year deal. Oh, Stassi held it there, but it's called a ball. 2-2.
Good call.
Dale Scott, the home plate umpire. Hit foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes with Kipnis on deck. Kipnis has 3 hits today. The Indians lead in hits now 10-8 on the Astros. Houston has stranded 13. Cleveland has left 4. Foul ball. Nolan Fontana had a very good game last night for Fresno. Fresno lost in the 10th to Tacoma 7-6, but Fontana was 2 for 4, drove in 4. He had his first home run of the season. Tyler Heineman also hit his first. Big cut and a strikeout for Davis. 2 outs.
A stop by Stassi, 2 on that breaking ball and a 2-strike count. Sharp snap on that breaking ball.
Kipnis is 3 for 4. Colby Rasmus made a good play to prevent him from getting a 4th hit in the 8th inning. Alex Bregman hit his 7th homer of the year for Corpus Christi last night. Derek Fisher, number 5. Francis Marte is the winning pitcher, and Brendan McCurry got his 4th save as Corpus Christi beat San Antonio 5-3 last night. Hooks are now 1 game above 500. And Bregman's really had a stellar year so far. Ken Giles is now warming up for Houston. In tight to Kipnis. Ball 1 to Jason. Cody Allen and Jeff Manship warming up for Cleveland. It's now a 2-0 count. Feldman closed out the 7-1 win with a hitless inning here Monday night against Cleveland. Block to right field. Rasmus over to pick it up. And Ramirez goes first to third on the single by Kipnis, his 4th hit of the game.
What is it with visiting second baseman against the Houston Astros?
Isn't that the truth?
My goodness. Robinson Cano, now Kipnis.
Now, visiting second baseman this 10-game homestand have absolutely gone crazy with the bats. I have to see what Brian Dozier did. I think he hit a home run in that series too.
Of course he did, right?
It's been a field day for them this whole 10-day period. Now Francisco Lindor is 0 for 4. bounced into a double play in the first inning. The Astros love to get him out with 2 outs here in the 10th. There's ball 1. Now Dozier hit a homer, a 3-run shot here last Wednesday.
Yeah.
Watch out for Dustin Pedroia when you go on the road.
No kidding.
Two 2-0. Well, the next opposing second baseman to play here against the Astros would be Rougned Odor.
He's tearing the cover off the ball.
Yes. Altuve fields the one hopper and throws out Lindor. So there's a 0 for Feldman. With 2 hits and 2 men left, we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Who's coming up for the Astros? Stassi, Tucker, and Altuve due up. It's 3-3 in the 10th. It's a duel in the Old West, and they are certainly watching one. Extra innings here. They've got the Western gear on. And now we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Jeff Manship coming in. He's pitcher number 7 for Terry Francona. No decisions for Manship, an ERA of 3, a whip of 1.67, and he will be facing pinch hitter Tyler White, batting for Max Stassi, who was 0 for 4. White comes up with a .240 batting average, 5 homers, 15 runs batted in. He's had 100 major league at bats. As a pinch hitter, he's 1 for 2. Preston Tucker's on deck. Jose Altuve's due up third. Manship pitching for the second time in this series. Throws strike 1. He worked Monday night, 1 2/3 innings, allowing no hits, no runs. He had a walk and 2 strikeouts. 31 years old, from San Antonio. White takes a look at that one, and it's 1-1. Manship went to Notre Dame, got a degree in economics, pitched 32 times last year for Cleveland. The Twins drafted him in 2006 in the 14th round. White did not check his swing. Bob Davidson with the strike. 1-2. Tap to shortstop. Francisco Lindor, 1 out. Java Chamberlain in 1 inning, allowed no hits, no runs, had 2 strikeouts. Preston Tucker Gave the Astros the lead with a single to left field in the 7th inning with 2 outs in the frame. That made it 3-2 Houston. He's 1 for 2. He pinch hit for Jake Marisnick back in the 6th inning and hit a fly ball to left. Cody Allen's warming up for the Indians. He's their closer. In tight for ball 1.
Manship to make a mistake right here and let Preston Tucker unleash on it. Ooh.
1-1.
Good pitch to hit for Preston.
Yes, it was. That swing of his. He works it to a 2-1 count.
Surprised Bob Davidson didn't call that a strike.
Tucker, a 7th-round pick of the Astros in 2012 from the University of Florida. His brother Michael's doing well in the Astros farm system. High to center field. Davis way back, turning for the catch. 2 outs.
He likes to go down and get that pitch, but he realized he hit it well, but to center field, you've got to hit it extremely well.
Jose Altuve has 2 hits in this game, a single and a double, also an intentional walk. Last time up, Kipnis made a big play on him. That's ball 1 to Altuve. And initially, he was ruled safe at first, but it was overturned on the review. Two and 0. Astros have not had a base runner since Tucker's go-ahead single in the 7th. 9 straight have been retired.
Green light.
3-0 automatic for this guy, right?
No doubt about it. Especially with the power numbers he's been putting up. Looking for home run number 10 right here to win it. OPS is still above 1,000.
3-1. George Springer on deck. Altuve works a walk. His 2nd of the game and 18th of the year. Here's Springer in the 4th.
Went mano-a-mano with Salazar and won the fight. Putting a big-time bomb up over the train tracks in left field. Right now he'd settle for a nice blue double of some kind and get Altuve on his horse and score. But I wouldn't be opposed to another long bomb like that.
They meet at the mound to make a pitching change. Cody Allen will be coming in to face George Springer. It's 3-3 in the 10th. Back in a moment. Altuve at first, bottom of the 10th inning, 2 outs. The closer comes in, Cody Allen for the Indians in this tie game to try to send it to the 11th. He's 0-3, but he's 8 for 8 in saves with a 5.40 ERA.
This is a high leverage part of this ball game. Being tied up, George Springer at the dish. Interesting though, closers don't normally pay too much attention to base runners. I wonder if Jose Altuve will be on the run.
Well, that's a thought, and kind of weird that Allen has 3 losses but hasn't blown a save, so evidently things have not been working out for him in tie situations, although the potential go-ahead run is not his runner. Okay, Lance McCullers is bringing water to Jose Altuve. Just trying to help out.
It's good to see Lance finally doing something.
And he wiped his forehead.
Looks like he's getting a heavyweight boxer ready for a brawl.
George Springer has 3 walks and a homer. He lined out his last time up. It's been a terrific all-around day at the plate for Springer. And now we'll see if he can make it even better. Carlos Correa is on deck with 2 outs in the inning. Allen got the final 3 outs last night in the 4-0 Cleveland win. There's ball 1. There's 1 reliever left for the Tribe, Dan Otero. Allen struck out Colby Rasmus last night, and then he walked Preston Tucker, but got a double play ball to win the game on Tyler White. Altuve draws the throw.
You can tell Cody Allen and the rest of the Indians staff is concerned about what Jose Altuve is doing at first base. That first pitch to Springer, Cody Allen held in the set position a little bit longer than normal. Did it again on that second time he came set, trying to throw the rhythm of Altuve off, not allowing him to get a good jump.
Outside for a ball to Springer, and that makes it 2-0.
But at the same time, when you ask a guy like a save guy, so to speak, a closer to come in and concern himself with the runner at first base, sometimes you can lose a little bit of focus at home plate. Falling behind 2-0 right here is a good time for George Springer to hit.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because quite often in today's game, the closer opens the inning.
And their main focus is on that guy at the plate. That's a great point, Brownie.
It's so specialized now in baseball. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, you really don't see that middle of the inning appearance by too many closers unless maybe there's 2 outs in an inning.
Yeah. And the setup guys are brought in all the time with men on base.
Yeah, those guys don't get enough attention. They do get holds, I guess. I don't know how that goes in arbitration cases.
Yeah, that's the best stat they have, though, right?
Looking for anything.
Yeah. Show that they deliver in a tight situation. And it is certainly a tight situation. Just a different one for some closers. And the move to first again. Now, Cody Allen has 68 career saves. That's number 6 on the all-time Indian list. His ERA in save situations is 1.08 this year. 27 years old, from Orlando, Florida. 23rd round draft choice of the Tribe in 2011. He's kept everything away from Springer. 3-1 now.
Yeah, you got to be careful though. You got to be, if you're George Springer, looking for a fastball, maybe middle away, similar to the 2-0 pitch you saw already in this at bat, because a walk here pushes the winning run into scoring position, where a base hit scores Altuve easily.
And Correa's on deck. There's the walk. 4th walk of the game to Springer.
That ties an Astros record for most walks by a batter in a 3-game span. ties him with Rusty Staub, Jimmy Wynn, and Lance Berkman.
That's impressive.
Good stuff right there by our producer Carl Patterson, looking up those numbers. But yeah, Carlos Correa with a big base hit in that 6th inning, driving in the tying run. Has a chance for another one right here.
8 walks for Springer in a 3-game series. Correa 1 for 4 today with a walk.
How about 8 walks for the Cleveland Indians pitching staff in this game? 6 of them from the starter, Danny Salazar. Opportunities again, Brownie.
All over. Can they deliver to win it? Jeff Bagwell had 6 walks in the game for the club record. Ball 1. That's a total of 10 walks for Indians pitchers today. 8 Houston hits. Correa chased the breaking ball 1-1, and a high incidence of times it's been a breaking ball to right-handed batters for Allen. He's thrown his curveball 43% of the time against right-handers this season. League average is 22.8%. So you may see it again.
Yeah, he leans on that curveball, doesn't he?
Colby Rasmus is on deck. Altuve has a good leadoff second. Whoa.
That's a breaking ball that got away.
2-1. The runner at first belongs to Manship. So if Altuve scored, it would not be charged to Allen. But Allen's career ERA against the Astros is 0 for 14 innings. Fly ball to right. Chisenhall. And that sends this game to the 11th inning. 2 men left for Houston in the 10th. It's 3-3. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 3-3 ball game. We move to the 11th inning. And we have a new battery in the game for the Astros, who threatened again in the 10th, but were turned away once again. Ken Giles in 15 games, 0-2 with an 8.53 ERA, 17 strikeouts in 12 2/3 innings. Had a good appearance Monday against the Indians as he tries to work his way back. And now in this tie game in the 11th inning, he comes in and he's throwing to Eric Kratz. Kratz taking over behind the plate after Stassi left for the pinch hitter White. So all the 3 extra men now have been used by A.J. Hinch. And Giles will work to the 4, 5, 6 hitters. Mike Napoli, the cleanup man today, has a homer and a double, has scored 2 runs. Santana's on deck. Bird is due to bat 3rd in the inning. Liner to left field, in for a leadoff single. Napoli with his 3rd hit. Hit number 12 for the Indians. Carlos Santana had the RBI triple off Gregerson to tie it in the 9th. He's 1 for 4. Ball 1 from Giles.
Come on, Kenny. Come on, Kenny.
Scott Feldman in 1 inning, allowed 2 hits, no runs, had no walks, 1 strikeout. Giles is pitcher number 5 for Houston. Cleveland has used 8.
He
falls behind 2-0 now.
Breathe easy, Kenny. Come on now. Here we go. Come on, Kenny.
In the air, and here's the 3rd baseman Valbuena crossing the foul territory for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a pretty hittable pitch for Carlos Santana, but that got a little big on that swing, popped it up. Ground ball gets you out of this inning right here. Get a look at that. Pretty good pitch to hit. Just got under it and skied it.
Tony Sips warming up for A.J. Hinch right now with Brent Strom alongside A.J. there. They watch as Marlon Byrd steps into the box. Byrd is 1 for 4. He checked his swing, and the appeal went to Bob Davidson, who indicated he did not go as ball 1. Both these clubs 0-2 in extra inning games, and they're fighting hard for this one. Cleveland led 2-0 in the middle of the 4th inning. Houston took a 3-2 lead after 7. Cleveland tied it in the 9th. Sip is working for Houston. Foul back. So the Indians, we mentioned, have Otero as the only bullpen pitcher they have not used. After that, they would typically turn to a starting pitcher if it went that long.
First game of this series, Tito went through the bullpen rather quickly too when he pulled Kluber in the 3rd inning. And here in this ball game, he has had no problem making that trek out to the mound, going to guys in the bullpen. Now got a question, who's going to be that guy that comes in? Obviously it's going to be Otero next, but after that could have some issues.
Josh Tomlin is scheduled to start for them Friday night at home. They have an off day tomorrow, so he would not have traveled ahead for the next game like sometimes the starting pitchers do. Grounded foul.
Right here. Come on, man.
Don't think they would bring back Corey Kluber, who didn't last that long in his start Monday night in relief. Do you?
No, but I'm sure the Astros wish they would. They had a good time swinging the bats off him.
Kluber threw 54 pitches Monday night. There's the block by Kratz on ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bird fouled that one back. The pitch he might have been able to drive, but it came in at 97. Then looks like Giles has put a few miles per hour on the fastball that we watched through the month of April, but he's had more than 97 in the past with the Phillies. This will be his 8th pitch to this hitter.
That would be a good sign for pitching coach Brent Strom to see more velocity out of that arm. Ken Giles.
That he's getting his mechanics together, which has been a problem. And that location is another thing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Giles admitting that he has not been feeling comfortable in the early going this year. It's frustrating to him, but he feels that it is because of mechanics that he's out of whack. Now it's a full count. It's been puzzling, I'm sure, to Ken Giles, who has given up 4 home runs this year in 12 2/3 innings coming into this game today, and that's more than he gave up the last 2 years combined with the Phillies. Struck him out. 2 down.
Good job with the elevated fastball. Good exploding fastball at 97 miles an hour. Bird did a good job of battling through this, but just unable to catch up to the cheese up in the zone.
Yan Gomes is the batter. He is 0 for 4. Gomes with a fly ball, and Rasmus over near the right field line for it to end the top of the 11th inning with no runs, a hit, and a man left. It's 3-3 going to the bottom half.
Bottom of the 11th inning. Some extra baseball being enjoyed. We'll tell you how we got there. George Springer with a big blast off of Danny Salazar. Unfortunately, it was a solo shot, but still a run on the board for the Houston Astros. Then it was Carlos Correa with a game-tying single back up the middle. Scored Jose Altuve easily. Preston Tucker had himself a great at-bat in a 3-1 count. Got a fastball away, went with it. Drove in Valbuena for the lead. That lead would diminish when Gregerson came in. Hence the reason we are still playing baseball. But those were the 3 scoring plays for the Houston Astros, looking for one more to end this game right here.
Colby Rasmus would love to do exactly that right now. He is 0 for 4 with a walk. Leads it off in the home 11th inning against Cody Allen. He got that final out in the 10th. Rasmus takes, and there's ball 1. Marwin Gonzalez on deck. Luis Valbuena due up third. That last pitch was pitch number 351 of this game.
Awesome.
You love it.
I do. Counted every one of them.
2-0. Well, if you're counting or keeping score and you like to tally up numbers, it's been pretty crazy today. Indians pitchers have walked 10 and struck out 13. Astros pitchers have walked none and struck out 5.
It's a little different, isn't it?
It is different. 2 balls and a strike. The Astros drew 17 walks in a 16-inning game at Florida, August 20th, 1999.
It's a long, hot evening down there in Miami in August. Man.
Yeah, that was one of those nights that would not end. There might have been a rain delay in there too, and you know that was not that unusual in Florida.
So true.
3-1. Well, we talked when we came on the air about Colby and how he's driven in runs this year. 28 for the season. Hit his home runs early, but lately he had not been going deep. He had been driving in his runs with hits, groundouts. Had a good cut there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Colby, when the day started, was 8th in the American League in batting with runners in scoring position. 406. He came up with the bases loaded, nobody out in the first inning and struck out. And that's the only at bat he's had today with men on base, trying now to get it going or end it with a big swing. And he gets it going by drawing another walk, the 11th of the day for Indians pitching.
That's incredible, man. Walks galore.
Marwin Gonzalez had a double back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 5. Luis Valbuena on deck. Third baseman Ramirez is in close, looking for a bunt. If he bunts Rasmus over, Valbuena's next. Indians could choose to walk him and work to Gomez, and then Kratz would be next. That's strike 1. He's not had a sacrifice bunt since September 26th last year. Squaring early and puts it down. Santana throwing to Kipnis, and the sacrifice goes from 3 to 4. Rasmus to second, 1 out. That's 2 sacrifice bunts in this game for the Astros.
Good technique, good fundamentals. The bunt has gone by the wayside, but I think late in the game type situations like this, good idea to push that scoring run into scoring position.
Now Valbuena, who has a hit and 2 walks, has a runner at second and 1 out. And they want the Luis rally.
I thought she was cheering for Lewis Rally.
The Astros are 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
Oof.
Valbuena looks at strike 1. Houston looking for its first final at-bat win of the year. Balbuena takes it. 1-1 to Luis. It's 1-2 on the foul ball.
Good pitch to hit. Bit of a Hain breaking ball from Allen. Just cut under it. Balbuena did.
These two teams don't play again until September 5th.
Wow.
The 8th in Cleveland. Rasmus is checking the outfielders and how deep they're playing right now. Bouncer will get him to third. On out number 2. And now Gomez. Gomez is 1 for 4 with a sac bunt.
Baseball is amazing to me. Sometimes it sets up for a great story of redemption sometimes. And Carlos Gomez had himself a rough outing today. Did have that base hit, stolen base in the 2nd inning. But from there on out, it's been really tough with three punch outs. He does have a sac bunt, but right now, one swing could erase all that.
Eric Kratz is on deck. Gomes and Allen talk it over. They may choose not to give Gomez anything he can drive and hope that he'll chase a bad one.
Well, this could be one of those unintentional intentional walks.
Could be. He's showing bunt and taking ball one.
Only Carlos Gomez would go for the walk-off bunt, wouldn't he? Can't bat flip a walk-off bunt.
In the dirt.
Gutsy right there. Wow.
Yes, it was. 2-0.
Man. We had mentioned the unintentional intentional walk, but Yan Gomes picking up Cody Allen with a pitch that could have been a wild pitch and led to the end of this ball game.
Now they're going to put him on. So he didn't chase when it got to 2-0. They preferred to have a fresh count and work to Kratz with runners at first and third and 2 outs. Indians walked Altuve intentionally way back in the 2nd inning. With a 0-0 game. At the time, there was a runner at second and 2 outs. Now their 2nd intentional walk of the day. Gives Eric Kratz a chance to win it. He's 1 for 23. That hit was a bunt single. Gomez takes off for second. No play on him, and there's strike 1. No stolen base. Fielder's indifference.
Took the force play out of question. Now the infield has to make that throw across the diamond.
In Kratz's career, he came into the season a .218 hitter. 23 homers, 69 runs batted in, 514 at bats. But that's over a span beginning in the 2010 season. He had back-to-back years in 2012 and 13 with 9 homers, 26 runs batted in. Playing less than half the time. for the Phillies. He's showing bunt. So you mentioned it. It's 1-1. Interesting that both Gomez and Kratz were doing that.
Hey, whatever it takes to win a ball game right now.
Exactly it.
And the third baseman, it wouldn't have had to have been a perfect bunt either from Kratz. Ramirez playing deep at third base. He had test for Cody Allen to get off the bump and make the play.
Breaking pitch. He tried to check. He is ruled to have swung by Bob Davidson, and it's 1-2.
Just automatic when you point down there to first base. Now when he looks like he went across. Springer's not one of those guys to hide his emotions, is he?
No.
I like it.
Tucker's on deck. And he swung and missed. Striking out to end the 11th inning with no runs, no hits, a couple of men left. We go to the 12th. It's still tied at 3.
Park going into the top of the 12th, and since we have the time, I'm going to look back at one of my favorite home runs. Is Glenn Allen Hill at Wrigley Field. Absolutely unloads with that check swing bomb. Hits it on the roof across the street. There's nothing like watching guys just absolutely obliterate baseballs. But that was a pretty good size home run.
No follow through, no bat flip.
Yeah. Guy on the rooftop picking up the baseball. Got proof.
Tony Sipp is in the game for the Astros. Pitcher number 6 facing Lonnie Chisenhall. And throwing ball 1 as the 12th inning begins. Dan Otero is warming up for the Indians. Chisenhall has 2 hits. He's 2 for 4. Sipp 0-2 with a 4.26 ERA. Lefties faring better than right-handed hitters against him. And he's fallen behind here 2-0 on Chisenhall.
Come on, Tony.
Ken Giles in 1 inning allowed 1 hit, no runs with no walks. He struck out 1. Sipp pitched in 3 of the 4 games with the Seattle Mariners in town last week. Spent 1 day away from the team on paternity leave. 2 balls and a strike. Tony's last outing was 3 days ago in that Seattle series. He worked 2 innings in his last time around to the mound. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ramirez is on deck. Davis is due up third. Terry Francona still has a couple of position players available. Michael Brantley and Chris Jimenez. That pitch upstairs. 3-2 now. But he's running short on pitching. One reliever, Dan Otero, has not been used, and he is warming up right now. Fouled away. Still a full count on Lonnie Chisenhall. 16th appearance this year for Tony Sipp. Ken Giles just made his 16th. They share the club lead. Bouncer left side. Valbuena laying out for it. Gets up. And on the stretch by Morrow, and he gets him. He's made some good plays today.
Luis can play himself some third base, that's for sure. Big play right there, keeping that leadoff man off the base paths. Lay out, get up, throw a strike. Not easy to do.
Close play. Marlin went out and got it. Jose Ramirez, the switch hitter, bats. Hits one to right field. Colby Rasmus coming in for it, and in shallow right, he takes care of it for the second out. He's picked up well today for George Springer in right. Marisnik started the game in right. 2 down, and now it's Rajai Davis. Sipp made his major league debut for Cleveland back in April of 2009. Davis is 0 for 5. Valbuena even with the bag. That's ball one. Sipp is 32 years old now. He pitched 60 times for the Astros last year, 56 the year before. He's fallen behind. 2-0 for Tony. This game now is at the 4-hour mark. Two and one. Tony pitched 4 seasons for Cleveland. And he moved along to Arizona for 1 year before the Astros picked him up. They signed him as a free agent. In May of 2014, he had been at AAA for San Diego, and he's been a very nice acquisition for the Houston bullpen. Three and one now. Pop back. Kratz will watch it go out of play. Full count on Rajai Davis. Broken bat looper, shallow left field, Correa. And in the 12th, it's a 1-2-3 frame for Tony Sipp. Now the Astros try to win it in the bottom half. go to the bottom of the 12th inning. It's 3-3. Youngsters might as well hang around. Now it's dinner time. They love food and baseball. It's a good combination. Who's going to win this game? Dan Otero is in, and he could be a pitcher of decision. Back in the day, it was Blum's Killer Blondes.
Hey, man, that's what you need to get them going right there. This might be it, Brownie.
Could be some karma.
Wow, why'd they go Blummer's Blondes, I wonder, huh?
Bring in the blondes.
The cloth.
You had it going.
I had a lot of issues back then. Took it out on my hair.
Here's pitcher number 9 for the Tribe, Dan Otero. Worked 10 1/3 innings with a 1.74 ERA in 9 games. Cody Allen worked an inning and a third, gave up no hits, no runs. Had 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Preston Tucker is first up here in the home 12th. Jose Altuve on deck. George Springer due up third, and there's ball 1. And Dan Otero, he is the last man standing as far as the relief corps for the Cleveland Indians in this game. They could turn to a starter, though, if the game wore on. Here we have it. See? They're getting ready in case.
Gosh, that's insane.
You always have to be ready to keep the game going, right?
Yeah, you really don't have many other choices. I don't know who in their position players has a good pitch or two that could go out there and do it, but for the time being, they're going to have a MASH unit out there. Looks like it could be Cody Anderson.
Okay.
Starting pitcher.
Yeah. 2 Hopper to second. He's Kipnis over to first. 1 out. Well, let's see. Here's the trip. Starting tonight or whenever.
I was going to say, you promise, right?
On to Boston. Hey, a day off in Chicago.
Man, that's going to be much needed, huh?
Much needed. You just have to wait a few days for it. And 3 with Sox back home for the Rangers and Baltimore on their next homestand, and then on the road to Anaheim at the end of the month. Altuve's the batter. Jose looks at strike 1. He has 2 hits and 2 walks. So Cody Anderson, normally a starting pitcher, is warming up. Altuve puts that one out of play. No balls, 2 strikes with Springer on deck. They're glad they stayed.
Yeah, you hang around long enough, get you a souvenir.
Altuve with a grounder. Lindor picks it up. 2 outs. Springer hit a homer in the 4th inning, and he's walked 4 times and lined out to second.
Somebody tweeting about my hair.
Officer Brad.
Yeah.
You know him.
He had an M&M face.
Really? Officer Brad did?
Oh, I guess so.
Didn't realize that.
We all go through them.
Yeah.
It's good to know. Appreciate the support.
So can they come through for George Springer and cheer him on? Let's see what George does responding to that sign. Well, he's had quite a day of it as the DH, taking strike 1, and it turns out that this was a stroke of genius to keep him away from all the wear and tear on playing right field in a game like this.
Boy, Georgie. Come on, George.
Who knew? But the manager, A.J. Hinch, knew that he needed some time off for those legs and put him in as a DH today for the first time this season.
He's looking forward to getting up into Boston. Going to the University of Connecticut. Probably have some family out there in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Fly ball right. Caught by Chisenhall, and we go to the 13th inning, tied at 3. Astros moving to the 13th inning here at Minute Maid Park. Both clubs are winless in extra inning games, both 0-2 this season, and they are fighting hard for this one going to the 13th. Jason Kipnis and then Francisco Lindor and Mike Napoli due up here in the 13th inning for Cleveland. These Astros fans watching Tony Sipp, pitcher number 6, beginning his second inning of work. Kipnis has 4 hits. And he might have had a 5th, but in the 8th inning, it was a good catch in right field by Colby Rasmus. So he's up to 285 for the season.
He might be the only guy happy to see this game keep going.
He might be.
The way he's swinging it.
Quite a battle here. 12 hits for the Indians, 8 for the Astros, 7 left for Cleveland, 17 left for Houston.
Man.
17 left. And that's a hit into right field. 5-hit game for Kipnis.
Just touch it. All he's got to do is get the bat on it. It's going to find an empty space for a base hit. Kipnis is swinging it well. 5 singles.
He's aboard for Lindor now. Lindor is 0 for 5. First 5-hit game for the Indians since June 9th, 2014. Lonnie Chisenhall against the Rangers. Kipnis had a couple of hits last night as well.
Yes.
Showing bunt, Lindor takes, and it's ball 1. The Astros will have their 3, 4, 5 hitters due up at the bottom of the inning. Correa, Rasmus, Gonzalez. Valbuena's going to stay in close at third base. Kipnis has tied his career high with this 5-hit game. He did it August 10th, 2011 against Detroit. Bunting, it's off the plate and going foul, so Francisco Lindor has a 1-ball, 1-strike count. The Indians a scrappy team. They've had 3 straight winning seasons since Terry Francona arrived. And of course he has a tremendous history as a manager from Red Sox days. In the air foul. Valbuena and Kratz coming over. Out of play for them. In play for a fan. 1-2. The Indians have not had a payroll of more than $90 million since '01. And they've had 6 years in a row prior to this, ranking 23rd or lower among the 30 major league payrolls.
All those sellouts at the Jake.
Oh, that was
on. We're helping with the payroll.
That was a string, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Struck him out. So Lindor unable to get the bunt down, then strikes out, and A.J. Hinch is on his way to the mound now. He's had Pat Neshek warming up in the pen. He takes the ball from Sipp. 3-3 game. We'll be back in a moment. We've had a pitching change for A.J. Hinch. With Kipnis at first and 1 out here in the Cleveland 13th, it's Pat Neshek coming in with an ERA of 4 and a whip of 0.78. Good career numbers, Plummer, for him against Cleveland.
Real good numbers. Be nice to see him maybe get one of those fancy one-pitch ground ball double play inning enders. Get that offense back out there.
Mike Napoli is the batter. He's had 3 hits, homer, double, single, and there's strike 1 to Napoli. Carlos Santana's on deck. Neshek worked to one batter last night. 1/3 of an inning for Pat. No hits, no runs. Cleveland won that game 4-0. He worked once in the Seattle series, once in the Minnesota series. In the air, and Altuve is out. They're looking at the outfielders behind him. Rasmus is there. 2 down. He's a guy with some staying power, Blummer.
Good for him.
Look at the intensity.
Let's get a little Goose Gossage look to him.
Bring him in.
Yeah, why not? Can he throw? Cleveland's looking for a reliever.
Carlos Santana will be the batter. Kratz going out to talk it over with Neshek on Santana, who had the big triple with 1 out in the 9th inning. And that made it a 3-3 game, and that's where it has stayed.
It's a pretty lengthy talk right here from Kratz.
It is lengthy. Marlon Byrd is on deck, right-handed hitter. So they did. They talked at length about Santana. That is strike 1. Neshek faced Chris Jimenez last night and got him out. 10 of his 13 outings have been scoreless. Little roller goes foul for Kratz. No balls, 2 strikes. Just thinking back several years ago, Blummer, before Major League Baseball had this paternity leave policy. This could have been troublesome for the Astros to have a game like this with a catcher short, right?
Yeah. No, that would have created all kinds of issues.
I don't think any team would have allowed that to happen, though. You have to have 2 catchers.
Absolutely.
Minimum going into any game, right?
No, that's a must. Right now, somebody on that diamond is worried about being the emergency catcher.
Because you were that guy.
I was that guy, and I knew exactly every time when they used that second catcher, I knew I was the guy next, and I did not. It was not a comfortable feeling for me. I mean, I caught some bullpens here and there, but to actually catch in a ball game, I'm not sure how I would have handled it.
So you were never called in?
No, I actually got to the top step here at Minute Maid Park one day when Brad Ausmus was double switched out. Quintero came in. He took a foul tip, to the face mask or something, and went down in a heap. And I immediately went into panic mode. When Brad Mills said, "Get the gear on," I was like, "You got to be kidding me right now." And I started yelling, I think, at Rex Jones to go resuscitate Quintero the best he could. As I was getting my gear on, I went to the top step, and Quintero popped up. Rex Jones a little smelling salts, and he was back in the game, and I didn't have to come in. Thank goodness. But that was as close as I got, and it was not a comfortable feeling.
As trainers used to say that Quintero is a great guy. When he went down, they weren't sure he was ever going to get up again.
Yeah.
And that happened about 20 times, right?
Yeah, he got hit pretty hard. There were some times it was just a nick, but he went down like some soccer players where you just thought they were going to bring out the stretcher and haul him off.
In the air, foul and out of play. He took some shots, though.
Oh, man.
Remember the game here where you with the Astros when he got smoked by Mike Cameron?
I was.
Oh, what a shot.
That was incredible. Both guys got knocked out in that one.
Yeah, that was just a horrible collision.
Ready? Love it.
Yeah, Quintero was not afraid to put his body in harm's way in front of home plate. Mike Cameron flying around third. And it wasn't so much the collision as it was the aftermath. I think both guys, I mean, fell back and hit their heads on the ground. It was a mess.
It was. Medical emergency. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Santana. And Neshek has a big pitch coming. Neshek, 35 years old, has been in a lot of tight spots in his career. Ball 4. 2 men on now with 2 outs for Marlon Byrd.
It's interesting sequence. Neshek, as soon as he got 2 strikes, really went to that almost borderline eephus changeup that he has.
He did. Santana is a master at drawing walks. That's his first of the day, though. And in fact, that is the first walk for Astros pitching today. Do you believe that?
How about that? After all the walks we've seen the Indians pitchers giving up, Astro pitching doing a good job of staying around that zone, using the defense.
Strike 1 on Byrd. Indians have walked 12 Astros, and Cleveland just drew its first base on balls of the game. There's Marwin Gonzalez headed for foul ground. Altuve sprinting over behind him, and Rasmus, and hey, there's a catch by Marwin Gonzalez to end the top of the 13th. Excellent over the shoulder play. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. It's 3-3 due up for the Astros. There he is again. Correa and Rasmus. Can they get it done, or will it go to Marwin? We'll find out.
It's all tied at 3, and the Astros looking to finish this as a winning homestand, 5-4 right now as it stands. But these players really like the way they've been playing lately. A lot more clean baseball games for this group. A little more of their personality actually showing up too, and we've seen that, which is always good for this club that likes to play loose. AJ said that, we have to keep the season in perspective as we try to claw out of a miserable April, but bouncing back on a day like this would be a huge boost before heading to a difficult road trip, guys.
You bet. So that's what makes this game really, really big. And in fact, so big that Cleveland now is going to pitcher number 10 of the day, Cody Anderson, one of their starting pitchers. He's made 5 starts. He's 0-2 with a 7.56 ERA. He comes in for the 13th inning. He was their starter and loser on Saturday against Kansas City. Plummer.
Think he woke up this morning knowing he was going to pitch in this game?
No idea.
Man.
Michael Feliz is warming up for Houston. Carlos Correa, the batter. And it's strike one for Cody Anderson. Correa had an RBI single in the 6th. 1 for 4 with a walk. Anderson goes to a 1-1 count. Dan Otero in 1 inning allowed no hits, no runs with no walks, no strikeouts. And that exhausted the relievers for Terry Francona. Now back to the starting rotation. Starter for this game, Danny Salazar, went 5 innings. He allowed 4 hits, 1 run, walked 6 and fanned 10, throwing 106 pitches. 2-1 now. Foul ball makes it 2-2 to Carlos. Indian starters have been very good this year. There's another ball, and it's a full count to Carlos Correa. Cody Anderson, 25 years old, was born in Quincy, California. The Tribe took him in the 14th round of the 2011 draft. He was 7-3 for them last year with a 3.05 ERA. Up the middle, Lindor flags it down, throws and gets him. 1 down.
Shortstop on the shortstop crying.
Yep.
Nice play by Lindor going to his left.
He has a lot of range. Good body control. Colby Rasmus on a 4-game hitting streak is getting another chance to extend it. He's 0 for 4 with 2 walks. Ball 1. Cody Anderson won a game as a starter against the Astros last year. He won it 3-1 at Cleveland, giving up 1 run in 6 2/3 innings. Lindor over to Santana, 2 outs. And Marwin Gonzalez had a double in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 5 with a sac bunt in this game. Luis Valbuena comes out to the on-deck circle. As we mentioned, Michael Feliz is in the Astros bullpen. Strike 1 to Marwin. Josh Fields still available out of the Astros bullpen, but he did pitch last night. One to Marwin.
Rally cap time from Devo. Got a boy. Everybody's in.
1-2. Just getting home from work. This has been a dandy. Lance McCullers has that rally cap going. 3-13-0 for Cleveland, 3-8-1 for Houston. 9 men left for the Tribe, 17 left for the Astros. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On the postgame show, Bart Ennis and Art Howe will recap this entire extravaganza today.
Inning by inning.
4.5 hours of baseball so far.
We should have some good content.
And this game will go to the 14th. It's still tied at 3. They've had hours to prepare this program.
Look at Art is laughing in delirium right now.
He loves it. You know, Art, yeah, he will describe all the strategical decisions in this game, right?
Yes, the joys of managing in extra innings. I'm sure Art can tell us all about it.
Yeah. Well, now another pitcher's coming in for A.J. Hinch, so Art will be talking about Michael Feliz. He is pitcher number 8. That leaves Josh Fields as the only guy standing in the bullpen. And Feliz, a big guy from the Dominican Republic, has been throwing better and better and had a perfect inning last night with 3 punch-outs.
Hopefully they don't have to extend Michael too far. Just let him get out of this inning and somebody will pick up this offense and end this thing and give Feliz the W.
Yan Gomes steps it up for Cleveland. He is hitless today. 0 for 5. Feliz delivers, and there's strike 1. Feliz came in last night. He struck out Ramirez, Uribe, and Chisenhall in the ninth. Cleveland winning the game 4-0. But threw the ball awfully well. And in fact, A.J. Hinch talked about him in his media session before the game today, just how much confidence he has been able to get from his last few appearances. We're not sure what's going to happen as far as a roster move when Lance McCullers comes back to the club. So officially, when that paper transaction is made, and it probably would not be made until he pitches Friday or maybe tomorrow, somebody's going to have to leave the premises. But Feliz has really put in a bid. And he strikes out number 1 hitter Yan Gomes here in the 14th. Julia?
Hey, Brownie, just to add to that, you know, I watched Feliz strike out the side last night and sit down on the bench, and A.J. Hinch immediately came over to him and get in his ear, and what he was saying was more of what you were saying right there. If he continues to pitch like that, decisions can be made in his favor, maybe pitching in more stressful situations. So good for Feliz for making an impression this time up.
And he has done that. Now Chisenhall with strike 1. Chisenhall has had 2 singles in this game. And 5 at-bats. Yeah, and the question, of course, would be concerning Feliz as a starter, perhaps. Would the organization prefer to have him, if a move has to be made here, go to the minor leagues and start rather than stay here and relieve?
Yeah, they're kind of stockpiling starters, aren't they?
They are. Struck him out.
But Feliz is looking great with that heater.
He is.
Man. I mean, this is a great location on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It doesn't get much better than that.
He's sending a message. Don't send me out. Well, he pitched twice in the Minnesota series. 2 hitless innings, in fact, perfect in both of those games, and then a perfect inning last night. And in those last 3 outings, a total of 5 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, 8 strikeouts. High drive out to right field. Deep. Rasmus on the run. Way back on the warning track. And Feliz gets 3 outs quickly in the top of the 14th. Can the Astros win it for him? It's still 3-3. And the game moves to the bottom of the 14th. Some people are getting whippy here.
At least they're having fun.
Now the Astros come up in the bottom of the 14th, and it's Luis Valbuena batting first. Cody Anderson in the game. He is the 10th pitcher utilized by Terry Francona today. And he deals strike one to Valbuena, who has a single and 2 walks in this game. We had a question on Twitter: who would be the Astros emergency catcher in this game? We have no idea. Valbuena with a high drive. He sends Chisenhall back to the wall and right in front of it. One out.
I thought we were going to have to avoid answering that question. Darn it.
Well, the rally caps are turned inside out now. We don't know because they've used all their position players.
Almost got that one. Just got under it a little bit. I would imagine put Dallas Keuchel in left and maybe Tucker at first and move Marwin behind the plate. I don't know.
Yeah, it would have to be something crazy like that. George Springer is trying to work that one out of here.
Trying to will that one out of here.
Gomez takes that one to go to a 1-1 count. Gomez has not hit a home run this season. One and two. So yeah, the fact that the Astros have used all their position players would mean exactly what you suggested. If the existing catcher Kratz got hurt, they would have to put a pitcher in somewhere and then move a position player behind the plate. We don't know who that would be. Don't know of anyone on the field in this game right now who's done any kind of catching or been prepared for that role. 2-2. Cody Anderson strikes him out. And those are the things that nobody wants to think of right now, right?
No, you're exactly right.
Here's Kratz. That struck out in the 11th inning. When the Astros threatened, they had a couple of men on base at second and third. Tucker's on deck. Fouls it back. There's strike one. You know, somebody would probably volunteer to go behind the plate if it ever came to that, but
then they'd have to go take a test on their mental stability.
It's 1-1. Crazy things happen though. That long game of the Dome with the Dodgers, a 22-inning game.
That's right.
That produced a lot of craziness. Fernando Valenzuela was playing first base at the end of the game.
But he could swing it.
Yeah,
he was you know, he could put him in the lineup. He's going to get you a knock or two.
Yeah, and they put the Dodger third baseman in to pitch because they were out of pitchers. Oral Hershiser had pitched in relief, one of their starters. He went 7 scoreless innings.
You got to be kidding me.
They didn't want to use another starter, so they brought the third sacker in. That's a swing. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and he was a losing pitcher, but he was throwing up in the 90s, you know, low 90s. So
good grief, man.
They had an arm in the game. Foul back. Still 2-2. Yeah, that game, that was on a Saturday night, June of 1989. It took 7 hours and 14 minutes, 22 innings.
I say we go for the record.
You want one of those, don't you?
You're the only one in this booth that laughed. Everybody else just gave me a death stare.
Yeah. Struck him out. 14 is not enough at Minute Maid Park. It's still tied 3-3 after 14. And it's far from decided. It's a 3-3 game going to the 15th inning here. And a little nap for one of the youngsters gathered. I think they were here early before the game for a tour. So they're hanging in. Rajay Davis leads it off in the 15th. Pops it up. Here's Marwin Gonzalez sprinting over for it. And it's in the stands for strike one for Michael Feliz. As Rajay Davis has seen his average dip today. He is 0 for 6. Jason Kipnis has gone the other way with 5 hits in the game. He's on deck. Francisco Lindor is due up third, with Michael Feliz beginning his second inning. So a fresh arm is in there, and these hitters are anything but fresh. 0-2. Feliz is pitcher number 8 for Houston. Cleveland has used 10. That bounces up there for ball 1. 1-2. We've been getting suggestions on Twitter. Somebody wrote on Twitter that Tyler White had done some catching, but he's out of this game now. And then somebody else suggested that there was a picture last night photoshopped of Julia Morales in catching.
Ooh, there we go.
Just got to get me on that roster somehow real quick.
Well,
I'm sure we can call the commissioner and have a special exemption.
That's a good point. Are you ready if needed? Struck him out.
Michael Feliz in May has been pitching pretty well. We've had a chance to see him quite a bit. 6 1/3 innings, 11 punch outs. That would qualify you for a quality start in most leagues.
Yeah. And no walks.
Doing a great job.
And in May, you've been able to see it, Blummer, the confidence he's taken out to the mound in those appearances.
Yeah. It's a little extra edge to him when he goes out there, that's for sure.
Jason Kipnis with the 5-hit game takes ball 1. 5 for 6. Interesting that the shift is on for Kipnis, but all of his, well, the first 4 hits all came to the left of second base. The last one was pulled to right field. He fouls back a slider, 1-2.
We just need to take this thing into home run derby. The Astros would blow him out of the water.
Michael Feliz was in a few games last year, 5 games with the Astros. His first appearance this year on that cold day in New York, he gave up 6 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings when Colin McHugh couldn't get out of the first inning on April 6th. Then he was optioned down to AAA. And his next outing was April 26th at Seattle. He gave up 3 earned runs in 1 inning in that one. After 2 appearances, his ERA was 15.19 this season. Since then, lights out for Michael Feliz. Two balls, 2 strikes. Been a pretty drastic turnaround for him. Full count now to Kipnis.
Good effort to get in there, though. Michael Feliz showing good fastball command in this month of May. Try to go down and in. Brownie talked about how Kipnis is going the other way with most of his hits today. Try to tie him up right there.
Now the shift is no longer on. And he bangs one, and Correa comes up with it. And he got him. Tremendous play by Correa on a hard hit ball.
That's Show right there. Correa with the great play. Kipnis again with a rocket, this time right to the left of Carlos Correa. Does a heck of a job picking it. Might have surprised himself, and then he gets up and unleashes a cannon.
That is the 5th great play that we've marked for him in this game on the scorecard.
I'm with you.
Just amazing. And a couple of balls have been hit just like that that he's had to flag down on one short hop. Strike to Lindor. Lindor is 0 for 6. Late on that one, and it's 0-2. Phillies has retired 5 in a row, thanks to Mr. Correa. That was Jeff Hamilton in that 22-inning game, the Dodger third baseman who came into pitch in the 22nd when the Astros won it. Oh, you've seen it, you know, down through the years with pitchers playing the outfield. Roy Oswalt played the outfield in Philadelphia against the Astros in an extra inning game.
Yep. Me and Baggy got a kick out of that.
And he caught a fly ball. Not the preferred method, though, of going through extra innings, right?
No.
Managers get a little concerned about putting pitchers out there at a position. Tap to Altuve. Michael Feliz has retired 6 in a row. Can the Astros find the winning formula in the bottom of the 15th? It's 3-3. Watch it back, Blummer.
Oh, man. That's a third baseman right there.
That's Rafael Ramirez with a game-winning hit in the 22nd inning as the Astros beat the Dodgers about 1:15 in the morning. 5-4.
Nobody could believe it. They were just in shock they scored.
How about Art Howe out there? Dave Smith.
Oh, yeah. Jeff Hamilton, that's the third baseman you were talking about that pitched in that game.
Yes.
Thoroughly upset he gave up that winning run.
Now we go to Preston Tucker in the bottom of the 15th inning. Preston takes a look at it, and from Cody Anderson, it's strike one. He had the RBI single in the 7th inning that might have turned out to be the game-winning hit. That made it 3-2, but Cleveland tied it in the 9th. No balls, 2 strikes. And we heard on Twitter from Greg Thurston, who said that he remembered right before that game-winning hit, Hamilton struck out Ken Caminetti, and Cammy broke the bat over his knee. Yeah, that's a real indignity to be struck out by a guy who's not a pitcher, right?
Yeah, you don't want that, you know, to be struck out by a position player, that's for sure.
Altuve's on deck. Springer due up third. Tucker takes a look at it, and it's 1-2 to Preston. Kipnis takes care of out number 1 as Anderson begins his 3rd inning in relief. Jose Altuve has a single, a double, and 2 walks in this game. Out to center field. Davis with the catch. 2 down, and now Springer comes up. Springer's done a lot of DHing today with a homer, 4 walks, 1 for 3.
I think it's about time for him to have a multi-home run game right here, Brownie.
You have a formula that would get you on a flight very soon.
Man, I tell you what, if George hits a bomb right here, I'll gladly take that candy tray on the plane right to his seat.
Normally he does come by and serve the candy to everybody on the plane, right?
Yeah, he will not have to go do that. I will do that for him. And if he needs a beverage, I'll get it for him.
In for a strike, 0-2.
Cody Anderson is not cooperating at all.
He's retired 8 straight.
Wow.
Anderson has a 1-2-3 15th, and it's still 3-3. Game through 15 innings. We go to the 16th here, and the Astros have not had a hit since the 7th. Michael Feliz has pitched well, so is Cody Anderson, so nobody's budging. Total pitches thrown 264 for Cleveland, 211 for Houston, and we move to the 16th. Mike Napoli will lead it off. Napoli has 3 hits today, a homer, a double, single. He'll be followed by Santana and Bird. That is strike 1 for Feliz.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Zach McAllister was the last Cleveland Indian pitcher to give up a hit in this game. That was yesterday.
No balls, 2 strikes. Hey, we're lucky this is a day game.
You ain't lying. You've already been through this, Brownie, one time already this year.
Good point. Struck him out. So impressive to see these two pitchers working well so late.
But I'll tell you what, that AB that Napoli just had is abuse in some states. That was unbelievable. Perfectly located fastball again. Electricity coming out of that right arm of Michael Phillies.
7 straight batters have been retired since he came in, 4 via strikeouts. Santana bats. Santana, the last man to drive in a run. He tied it at 3 with a 1-out triple in the 9th, and that's his only hit today. In for a strike for Phillies, 1-1. "22 straight retired by Michael Phillies in this and his previous 3 appearances. It's now a 5-hour ball game. And that's a hit through the left side. It was wide open with a shift on. Santana delivers for Cleveland. He's aboard for Marlon Byrd. Marwin Gonzalez made an excellent play to catch his foul pop in the 13th with 2 men on. Over the shoulder catch.
Go, Michael. Here we go, Mike.
Byrd got a hit his first time up back in the 2nd off starter Doug Fister. Fister went 7 innings, allowed 2 runs. Danny Salazar started for Cleveland. He went 5 innings, allowing 1 run. That's ball 1. Each club has had 1 homer today. Springer for Houston, Napoli for Cleveland. Those are the only home runs in this 3-game series. Check swing. Marwin. Correa went down for it and back to first. Spectacular double play. Truly amazing, because the throw to Correa was a bad one. And he was able to save the day and turn a 3-6-3 double play, unless this is overturned on review.
Well, we've already been here for 5 hours. Why not take some time and get on the headsets? Heck of a play by Correa to even get that ball to first base, but I think he's safe easily.
That's what it would appear to be. We'll see if it is overturned. Dale Scott and Bob Davidson go back to the headsets. It looked as if safe at first should be the call.
Yep.
Great work by Correa, though. Off balance, runner coming in on him, Santana. Call is safe at first base, so it's overturned, and Marlon Byrd remains on the bag. That provided some good evidence. Marwin looked over at the umpire, Bob Davidson, before departing the field, so he wasn't trying to sell it as an out. Now Yan Gomes is the batter.
Bob's been out there a while. You got to cut him some slack.
Yeah. Gomes is 0 for 6. How about Dale Scott?
Yeah. It's not easy.
Doing deep knee bends for 5 hours.
Well, we've got to be up to close to 450 pitches now. We're back there calling them all.
Yeah, we'll have to total that up. It's going to be a big number. There were so many stories from that 22-inning game, the Dome in '89. We could go on forever on that.
Can't even imagine.
Foul back, 0-2. Well, for instance, there was a story about a couple in Hawaii watching the Dodger telecast. You know what this is going to be.
Yep.
So they watched the beginning of the game in Hawaii, They get on a plane, they fly to LA, they drive home, turn on the TV, and the game's still on.
Oh, man.
And Michael Feliz gets strikeout number 5. He has been spectacular. In the middle of the 16th inning, it's 3-3. Downtown Houston, that matches the longest major league game so far this season. It's 3-3, the Indians and the Astros. The longest game in the history of Minute Maid Park, which opened as Enron Field in 2000, was August 15th, 06. 18 innings, the Astros and Cubs. That took 5 hours 36 minutes. In the 16th inning now, the Astros come up, and they will get another opportunity for a final at-bat win. They have not had one this season. Carlos Correa to lead it off. Colby Rasmus is on deck. Marwin Gonzalez due to bat third. Correa has put on a great clinic at shortstop. He's driven in 1 run with 1 hit and a walk today.
Come on, Carlos.
Cody Anderson has retired 9 straight since coming in the 13th inning. He struck out 4. Bouncer off his glove behind him. He scrambles for it. Correa will be safe. And the throw goes over toward the Astros dugout, but luckily for Cleveland, it does not go out of play, so no further advance by Correa.
It's a start. Base runners are a good thing. That's a play Cody should have made. But if I was to bet, I'd say they'd give Carlos Correa a knock on this one, just for the fact he's hustling through the bag.
It is a hit.
Gosh, this late in the game, you can see the exhaustion starting to set in a little bit after that sprint down the line.
The Astros had not had a hit for 8 innings since the 7th.
Broke up that no-no.
So they break up the no-hitter bid within a game. And he's at first for Colby Rasmus.
Oh, Brownie.
Colby with a fly ball, and the center fielder comes in for it. Davis with the catch. 1 out. Marwin Gonzalez to follow. Marwin's 1 for 6 with a sac bunt. Luis Valbuena on deck. Back to that 22 inning game again back in the Astrodome in '89. That was a Saturday night. Of course, there was a Sunday day game that followed a few hours later, and they played 13 innings in that one. High drive right field. This is over, chipped it out, and that will do it. Game over. Marwin Gonzalez ends it. first last at bat win for the Astros this season, a walk-off for Marwin, who had never hit a home run with a man on base in his major league career until a few days ago, and now he's hit his second. This one wins a game, 5-3 in the 16th. Second career walk-off homer for Marwin Gonzalez, a line drive to right.
Somebody finally attacked that first pitch fastball. Marwin Gonzalez, absolute laser beam into those right field seats, much to the delight of the fans who are still here.
At that point, he turns and a little pause and a little bat flip as they enjoy it on the bench, and Correa scores in front of him to make it 2 runs on 2 hits for the Astros, and they get their second long ball of the day. George Springer, who hit the first one, comes dancing off, and Marwin Gonzalez has won this game 5-3 in the 16th.